We are ready.
All right.
Sweet.
There's been much discussion about these fortifications over the past. You guys have had about a week under the Redshift in the protective area of Aris's obelisk. So based on your suggestions and the help of Expeditionist Mortier's team, as well as the occasional help of Brigadier Demira when she's able, you have spent the duration of the Redshift building your moat and bramble wall around the outer wall. So Naya, I'm assuming that you're doing the plant growth thing.
Yes.
I've already placed
The
this here,
instant
so
one.
At some point during this process, you would prepare the spell, then cast it to.
Yep.
I'm assuming you wanted it to be in roughly this configuration.
Yes.
Outside of the wall. So perfect. Now, what the rest of you have been able to do with a combination of shovels and magic, is dig this trench around the whole area, and I think we were saying it was maybe 10 feet deep.
Yeah.
And we can say that there are spikes inside this that are simply not drawn here. If you want to say this is a spiked pit, that's totally fine.
Yep.
And for now, you've managed to kind of pile up some of the loose stone that you've dug up from digging this trench, kind of fortify the sides of it a little bit, and made a small makeshift, like hand removable wood bridge to get across there and from the entrance. So there have been suggestions perhaps of a drawbridge, but that's what you'll have to do for now. Additionally, we can say the spare dirt and everything that you've dug up is available to you to work on later, but this is the extent of what you've been able to get done this week.
Okay, so we don't actually have a moat, but we do have a trench.
Well, so
Yeah.
for the moat, you're going to have to tell me how you want to get a water source.
Oh, I've just been spraying gallon after gallon after gallon out of my spray cannon the whole time.
That's not gonna work.
Like once it's up, let me check. I believe it's like 15 gallons every turn. let me bring up my character sheet here.
Sure, yeah, we can double check how much that is, and I can double check how many gallons is.
It's a lot of casting for 15 gallons.
Oh no, it's not casting at all. It's just opening up a portal to the elemental plane of water, and then that does all the work.
Let's see. So 200
produces 30 gallons of water, so 30 gallons every 6 seconds.
All right.
And
so
I don't. It's not an attunement item, so I can hand it off to someone. We can take shifts.
All right. How? Let's see. So for 5 cubic feet of space, it takes 37 gallons of water to fill. So we're gonna do a little bit of math here. So one side of this is about 150 feet. I'll just call it 150. That might be a little bit. Yeah, maybe. You know what?
Well, with the diagonals, though, yeah.
Yeah, with the diagonals, maybe let's call it 200 per side. That's pretty reasonable. 200 per side, and then we're gonna multiply that by 4 because it's 10 feet deep, 10 feet wide right now. So 200 times 4 times 4. So that's 3,200 cubic feet, roughly. Multiply that by 37.4. as I found. That's going to be almost 120,000 gallons of water. You said it was 15 per
30.
turn?
30 per
30.
turn.
30 every 6 seconds. So divide that number by 30, and that's going to be about 4,000. So
It'd take about 66 hours.
66 hours? Thank you.
So if we did that first and had someone doing it in shifts feasibly, we could have it done. If we did that.
66 hours in a whole week is not bad.
Correct. Now,
Yeah, I mean, it's a full-time job, but...
Right, but it allows it allows Nimbus to take a rest, so...
Yeah.
To Albus Tavers, what are you going to do about this draining into the topsoil or evaporating?
Like we need a stone, or like even wood barriers were used, but like we need something in order to make this
caissons, yeah.
Or else we're gonna need like twice as much water that we just talked about, and then it's a 120-hour job.
Right.
Because we would need twice as much water to not only saturate the soil, but then let the soil sink here. And in my like real life experimentation in little terrariums, not only will you need like twice the amount, but it will also cause an underdraft, which will destroy the integrity of any kind of soil around the base of the indentation that you've made as well. So you basically create a mire if you don't line whatever the fuck you're making into a pond. Which is why in later terrariums, I always lined it in some kind of plastic or mesh.
Yep.
I think it would be
wood
safe
will
for us
work
to
if
say,
you plank it.
Yeah, I think it would be safe for us to say that you can probably plank it out, but that would probably take a little bit longer than this week to do.
Okay, so that's a project though that people that are left here for this coming week can continue to work on, right?
Well, we would need to leave it unfilled until it was lined, so it would just be a trench still.
Yeah, and even that's fine. Like, I figured the spikes would be the last thing to go in then. But yeah, if the crew that's staying here works on it.
Yeah, we'd say the spikes are not in yet, and then
I'd probably
okay.
I'd probably group all of the loose dirt over by the tower such that they can start working on making the lookout post.
Yeah, that's viable to pile up, kind of inside or nearby at least. So yeah, a week of shovels and magic. Kuromizawa is straight into the digging. Angela and Jabberlax are helping too. Sharp, Albus Taver, is definitely taking a supervising role. And
I like working hard. I like sweating.
He doesn't. It might ruin his clothes.
The Brigadier remains disgruntled, as Kuromizawa will only let her help for like an hour at a time, tops.
Right. What the hell, Kuromizawa? I want to work alongside my lady.
Because she's still got to run everything at all of the other bases remotely.
Can I help you with that?
You didn't see how she was when she was helping build this wall. We let her work for like a few hours one day, and then we just found her face down in the dirt.
This Taver oohs and tries to help the Brigadier in any way he can for the rest of the week.
She said, Grand Tesla, I don't need your help. I'm totally fine.
He nods and says, of course. And then continues to shadow her. Helping out in small ways.
Naya nods approvingly.
At some point, I would have taken some time to review my cantrips and swap out Firebolt for Acid Splash.
Okay, sure. Oh, and Irenaeus is spending the week while everybody else is working. She has been handling your food supplies and cooking and making sure everybody is well.
Cool.
Holy shit! I have polymorph.
Yes.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so your long rest comes to an end. Everybody who wants a long rest can hit the long rest button. And prepared casters can change your prepared spells as a reminder. So make sure you do that.
Including me?
Including you, but you have you'll cast your plant growth after the long rest, correct?
Okay.
But yeah, you still get to change your prepared spells if you want to whatever you want to switch them up to. Just as long as you still have plant growth prepared to cast.
Okay. All right.
All right. So last time we had talked about the idea of using the means we have to charge at top speed to the desert, so we can kind of investigate that. But at the same time, being ready, if we get the sending order that we see the enemy coming, we can start planning to intercept or return to the tower if that's where they're headed.
Right.
And indeed, and Mortier's team will be staying here as always to continue some of the work.
Could I use that to find those people that I was there when they threatened us?
You could, however, the limitations of locate creature are somewhat fierce, and you can only detect them within 1,000.
Aw, shit. Okay,
So
I
they
see.
have to be pretty close. Unfortunately, I'm not
I
a
get it.
fan of that. But to really, I think what you're looking for, if you wanted to like find them longer distance, would be something like scrying. Because
Yeah, like or divination with a really good question, I guess.
Yeah, because then you could be like, I've met this person, I can look at them, and then maybe tell where they are, right?
Yeah, I was going over my spells, and I'm like, wait a minute. Can't I just be like...
You still can't locate a creature if running water blocks a direct path between you and the creature. What the hell?
What the hell is that?
Yeah, what the hell? So you can't locate fish.
I don't think I've ever looked at that spell before.
I know, I've never read that part either. That was dumb. I was just scanning, and I'm like, wait, locate creature? Can't I be like, where are you, dragon princess? All right, I know where that bitch is.
You could use it to tell where she's at underground, but I think if you just see where
only within 1,000 feet, though.
Bugs Bunny's path to Albuquerque is going, we can just track her that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we're in a fight that she's burrowing in, that's perfect.
Sure, yeah,
that's true. That would actually work because you would be able to you sense their location and the direction of their movement. So yeah, it doesn't say it's non-specific, so you would basically pinpoint them.
What's the one that puts the purple glow on things and makes them
fairy fire?
Yeah, I wonder would that glow through the ground enough?
That's interesting.
I don't think it does that, yeah.
Yeah, because you would it's just around the creature and you'd have to see her to attack anyway. So anything you'd hit her with while she's underground would be something like earthquake or something.
Well, wait a minute. What if I hit her with fairy fire when she surfaced? Would that continue then?
It would continue as long as you're concentrating, yeah.
But we just can't see it.
Exactly. Right. But when she pops up, then the fairy fire effect would still apply. So you wouldn't get help finding her, but you'd still get the advantage from her being magically targetable.
Okay.
Yeah, Fairy Fire is great for stuff that like hides in darkness and stuff like that, but not super useful on burrowers. It's always a good spell though. Anyway, yeah, the plan was to go to this location that you saw while the rest of the commission continued to fortify, and Van's team has agreed to um, uh, split some of their resources into trying to meet up with the the tower down here, the outpost here, um, by traveling in that direction over the next few weeks, and hopefully making it here without any problem. Um, uh, so let's put you on the world map. Soon as it very slowly loads. Good.
Remind me, what season is it again?
Currently,
In the
Spring
spring?
now, isn't it?
it might be. Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, just a little into spring. We're in Ahernus, the 5th month.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And party.
So you are here. As we have done in the past, your tokens are way at the bottom of the map on the ocean. So I will ask everyone to, after I clear the list, to please roll initiative. And then we'll start moving.
I'll take it.
How do I select my token?
It's at the bottom.
Yeah, it's in the ocean. You just have to click it. Make sure you've got the
Okay.
pointer selected. I'm going to shill for the product I've been using. Boy, is it easier to roll initiative in Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah, we mostly all know that at this point.
The
I like that I can roll it for the party too. Actually, that's kind of
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of like the saving throws and stuff being automatically done for the party. It doesn't matter really, so I don't mind it too much. But aside from that, most of that stuff being on the DM side instead of the player side just makes things run so much more smoothly once the DM gets over the learning curve.
Right.
Yeah, I'm curious. Both of these allow you to build rule sets. Like so when I want to do paranoia, will I be able to build out player sheets or character sheets and rules and shit?
You can make plugins for Fantasy Grounds if they don't have them already. Yeah.
There's at least one out there, but I don't think it's supported anymore. But then again, I also like it's a very simple system. Paranoia is
I don't know
very
the first
easy.
thing about building an add-on for that.
It's all XML. If you can XML, then you can make a character sheet.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
nice.
I XML every day.
All right
What is
then.
the thing
Sounds like you're good.
pinging on this tabber? I don't see what you're pinging. Where are you pinging?
The place looks like Florida turned on its side. Just above it.
Yeah, what's the gray spot?
Oh, that is the flying land. That was.
Oh, yes. Okay, I remember now. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Did our scouts manage to pull back some rocks and see if they float outside of that area, or do they just turn off?
They did, and they do not float.
Okay, so as soon as it's outside of that area, So it's like there's a gravity well in that area, and once you exit it, things go back to normal. Gotcha. Good to know. Good to know. Would have been nice. Good to know.
So,
We're gonna go dooning.
we're gonna go do the usual, which is please move in initiative order. The first one is free, and subsequent movement will require a roll on the counter check. So Alvis Tabber, you have the free move.
Put a total kibosh on my role play. All right, okay. We're going to the dunes. I got to remember where we're going.
Oh yes,
Straight diagonal line, basically.
This was the area that you saw and had to.
Thank you. All right.
All right, and then this has the next move in the first roll.
All right. And we are heading to the desert, yes.
Yeah.
I believe that was the plan.
Sweet.
Um,
Now this brings a toboggan.
I guess before we leave, I would ask if there's any large-scale movement coming from the siblings fort, I guess we'll call it.
Yes.
Give us
so
a sending.
for the duration of the Redshift, there hasn't been anything. And if you're asking for a sending, then yes, Sharp can do that for you. So okay.
Fantastic. All right. I think we probably want to just hit the diagonal because if the map reads right, we're trying to get towards approximately the middle.
Alrighty.
Sir,
So, yes.
how much would a toboggan cost?
I don't know. What do you want it for?
Well, if we're gonna go to the dune, sled would be, good for pulling shit.
I
Good
can
call.
always make a tensor's floating disk.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but that follows you, right?
Yeah, it follows me, but I mean, I can always also make a phantom steed.
And the steed can pull the toboggan.
Or I'm fairly light. I might be able to ride with Montlarin on Bet Mounty.
That's my
Anyway.
spot.
Well, you'll be on the toboggan, now won't you?
Toboggan's being dragged for our shit.
Lucas, I need you to roll.
Do you want me to punt you?
check
I could do that.
button.
Sorry, say that?
I need you to hit the encounter check.
Oh, yes. My apologies.
16.
What happens now?
Nothing. It's a warm, sunny day.
Lovely.
And a bunny coming after me.
Oh, Lauren, you're up.
All right. That's the encounter button, right?
Encounter check button.
That's right.
On a 13, all is well. You are trekking through the forest. I don't think you've been here specifically. It all kind of blends together at a certain point. But the place seems pretty peaceful over here. You haven't encountered anything of real interest so far.
Right on.
Is that the end of the day, or is there one more?
You got one more, Naya, and you're going to be taking the encounter check watch tonight. So you can move and then.
Okay, do I need to be clicking on my token before I hit that button?
No, you don't. You just need to move the party token, and then you hit the.
Are we sure that this is the pace? Because I believe we were going double time between Phantom Speed, Bet Mounty, and the animal form, since that refreshes on a short rest.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I'm game.
I didn't
hadn't
move
thought
us
about
anyway.
it. But,
Yeah, I kind of figured our fast move, since it's not in the swamp, we might as well just go full speed.
Well, then you would go 8 spaces away. So
All right.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you'd be roughly there. So we can take the same rolls. Naya, you can move the token up to where I pointed.
Checks
Okay.
though. The potential fun.
Okay, Naya. I want you to make a click that encounter button.
Shit. Okay.
It's just like a train ride. You still get to see the same scenery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If we see a piano in a tree that's all melted, then, well, we can stop and look at it.
Okay, yes. You are keeping watch over the party as they sleep. I'm Ambergreen. I'm assuming you still have your create food and water prepared.
I believe I do. Let me double check.
Okay. Because if you do, I'm just assuming you guys are good on food.
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always carrying full rations around with me anyway.
Yep.
Exactly.
But
If the party has full
Likewise.
rations, then Ambergreen can just make you infinite.
I have create and destroy water.
Uh,
I have purify food and drink.
I was also gonna ask.
Oh, I have create food and water, and yes, it is prepared.
Okay.
Arcane
Yep, yep.
tricksters aren't allowed to switch out their spells, are they?
They were back at long rest.
Sorry, Albus. What did you say?
I was wondering if one of the things about being an arcane trickster was I don't get to switch out my spells.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to remember.
So Naya,
I rolled a 10.
yes. So you notice while you are keeping watch over the party and around the area, perhaps taking a short walk near the camp, you find a large cluster of mushrooms that you think you recognize. You could make a nature check to see if you know anything about this particular type.
Damn, nice roll.
All right.
That's a druid for you.
Yeah, she's got 3 points in that.
You were pretty sure these are edible mushrooms. There's a lot of them. It would be enough for a pretty decent meal.
She would also know that gnomes love mushrooms and would be indebted to anybody who gave them mushrooms.
tastes like home.
Moist.
And hey, you guys.
All
have
right,
been
so with a
eating-
20, she's confident in recognition.
Oh yeah. You've seen these kind of mushrooms before. They're not uncommon around places of the world that you've been. They have like small stripe markings around the
Small
The-
what markings?
like stripes or even like
Gills?
notches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, but it
And-
doesn't have a red cap with white spots, right?
No.
I found a bunch of those last spring up in Seattle when I was walking to the grocery store.
Part of my training was to eat those. by the way.
Nice. I took pictures of them. I was like, I know exactly what that is, and I'm not
Uh-huh.
going to bring that home.
Good plan, Ollie. Yeah, I've eaten them dried, but yes, that was part of my training was to,
That's super
you know,
dope.
it's kind of like Don Juan training. So
Yeah.
you have to be able to eat this and survive it.
Certainly, that's amazing, Paul. That's super cool that you have. Yeah, when I went to the grocery store just last spring, and I brought back photographs of them and was like, "Hey, look, Snivy, I did not pick these, and I did not bring them home."
Good plan, Ollie.
17-year-old me would absolutely have done so.
absolutely, yes, and possibly died from it.
No, I knew to boil them. You got to get the alkali out. That's cool.
Well, if you don't do anything to them and just let them dry, they don't taste too bad going down, and there's very little effect. But if you eat them fresh, I believe that can
Boy.
kill you.
Oh, it can. It's not going to necessarily, but it can, and it's the alkaloids that are in it, and you can soak them out, and that's why they make tea. There's various ways, but
Right.
we digress.
Yes. Okay. So, Naya picks one and smells it.
Smells earthy, exactly as you'd expect. Really?
Doesn't have any toxin smell, right?
No, you've honestly you've probably eaten these before. They're not unfamiliar to you.
All right. So, Naya goes ahead and pops one.
She eats it.
Yep.
All right. I need you to make a con saving throw.
I knew it. Damn it.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, well, it's
Dang
a
it.
sparkly evening for you.
Do you want to roll the damage or should I do it?
Oh no!
Oh no, the damage.
Dang it. Anyway.
The damage isn't just a very bright moon.
He just got over stomachache IRL, so like now your character's
I'll
got
do
it.
Oh yeah.
I know. All right. What do I have to roll?
Spiritual transfer.
Oh, there we go.
All right. 15 poison damage.
We call this the Jack in the Box.
After maybe 15 minutes, after you take a bite into this.
Oh shit! It's a Jack in the Box.
So, isn't she resistant to poison?
You're resistant to cold.
No, let me look here.
Yeah, do you get any druid poison
Yeah,
protection?
That's what I was thinking.
Might be
Because I can do. There's a poison cantrip that comes naturally to her. She does not have it prepared, though.
What if you turn into a tree?
Let me see. Druid.
I don't.
Funny.
It just says cold and fire.
No,
Are
yeah,
my
no,
resistance?
Did you think you're clever?
Yeah,
Like
level
that was-
10, it's
Shit, I don't think I knew I was resistant to fire.
level
You
10,
just-
Nature's Ward gets you resistance to charm, frighten, elementals, and immune to poison disease. But you're not level 10 yet.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay.
And yeah, the fire is from the soup that you all have. Anyway.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, so where do I put that, sir?
15 damage on your hit point.
Yeah. Okay.
On your hit points.
Yeah. Please. You puke your guts out after a little bit.
Does that wake us up?
I don't know. How loud is Naya when she throws up?
Oh, she's a freaking dragon. What do
I
you
was
want?
like Dragonkin.
Yeah.
As the rumbling starts and the pain sets in, you take another look at these caps that you ate one of, and you realize that you
Oh
were
no, these are
bamboozled
vomit caps.
by a mushroom that looks very similar to the extremely healthy and edible one that you know, but they look like they are fake.
And that's on a 20 nature check.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Oof.
I need to
Oof is right.
Not like a sample to eat, but like a
The-
sample to send back to the guild.
All right, so she's taken 15 points off her HP.
Yeah.
Now, do I need to do another saving throw?
No. After
It's not going to kill her.
Afterward, you feel better.
The infamous vomit cap mushroom.
It could be useful to the expedition, given some more study.
Yeah, I mean, you think this probably would have killed a less hardy person.
Yeah. Okay, so Naya goes ahead and puts a couple in her pouch. She's got an extra pouch she always
Okay.
carries. So she's gonna put, 4 or 5 in there. Doesn't seem to be toxic to the touch, but it is toxic once you ingest it.
Yeah,
So she wants to bring those back for what's her name?
Soriana.
Yeah, thank you.
Who will inevitably eat some herself.
Inevitably.
I mean,
It's not on me
She's a
though.
much smaller lizard, though.
Yeah, but she's also ingested a lot of poison throughout her career.
Yeah, she's developed some immunities, so. And Naya has not. She might know some things about nature, but she's not
Yeah,
developed
you don't
those
have
immunities.
that kind
No.
of body training. All right. Daylight appears eventually. You've collected a few more of these mushrooms. And I assume the rest of the party is now aware of the exciting events of the night.
Not Alvistaver. He slept through the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Um,
you're a circle of the land type, right?
Circle of
Yeah,
the
she's-
coast.
Well, coast, but that's
Or
a
coast,
circle of the
that's right,
land.
yeah.
Is where coast comes from. So if you wanted, you could use this short rest to recover your level 3 spell slot.
Really?
Yeah, natural recovery. Starting at 2nd level, you can regain spell slots equal to half your level.
There we are.
Rounded up, in fact.
Yep,
So if you
that's
wanted
one
to cast a
per
heal on
long rest.
yourself with
But
a
it
level,
says 1 of 1 long rest, not short rest.
Yeah,
no,
so that
it's
means you can use your natural recovery ability once per long rest. So
And-
mark that off as a 0 now.
since
During
it's
a short rest, you can choose expended spell slots to recover. Oh,
Yeah.
lovely.
If you wanted, also you could use a level 1 healing spell, and you would actually have enough mojo because it rounds up to from your level to get that too.
Okay, cool. So I used up the natural recovery, and I forget about this other thing. What level are we? 7?
Yeah. So that
I
technically
have
means
land stride as well, starting at 6th level. Moving through non-magical difficult terrain costs me nothing. No extra
nifty.
movement. Yeah.
Yeah, like walk.
In
like a
addition,
goat.
I have advantage on saving throws against plants.
Yep. Yeah,
Like what does?
That-
it is good to
oh.
read your character sheet from time
It
to
is.
time.
From time to time.
Mushroom's not a
Hush
plant.
you.
Wait.
So this says against plants that are magically created or manipulated to impede movement. Never
Yeah.
mind.
So
You're
if
like-
someone tries to
you're like-
magically root snare or whatever, you can just get advantage on the saving throw through it.
Also, a mushroom is not a plant.
Correct. Oh yeah, so yeah, well, it's just for movement anyway. So it's not
Right. Okay.
plants that attack necessarily.
Anyway, I want to ask real quick, because we're just kind of stumbling upon this as an ability that you hadn't been using yet. Would it be okay, Serb, for her to retcon and use a level 1 spell slot to heal, and then refill the 1 and the 3 slot?
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do that, it does round up.
Yep. So it wouldn't cost you anything. Whatever your best level 1 healing spell is, hit it.
Wow. Okay. That wouldn't have occurred to me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
To be a druid.
Also, legendary neurotoxin is the very, very, very rare, I should point out, as a multiple-time tournament dungeon master, very rare convergence of
There
grognard
we go.
and role
I gain
player.
back all my hit points and +1.
Usually, when you go all rules, you throw role play out the window.
Or no.
No, what's
12.
the fun in
Okay.
that?
I totally agree. I'm saying you are a super rare intersection of like rules lawyer grognard and role player, which is it's dope.
I don't know grogs
Cool.
that write a 3-page backstory for all their characters, so there's that.
But that's what I'm saying, though. But also at the same time, I can count on you to be like, hey, hold up. The rules say on page 3 of the supplement that we're using.
I was actually looking up the Circle of the Land to see if it came with the poison resistance. Like, no, but it has this. That's nice.
Right. I'm just saying, you like as a tournament DM, you have both the level of learning of a grognard, but also the joy of play of a role player. And since I value role play over rules, that's dope.
Much
Thank you
appreciated.
so much, Nero. I didn't know that at all, and
me
it
too.
never would have occurred to me to try to do both and ask Serb for permission.
You didn't need to ask permission. It was completely a thing that you were able to do.
My bad. So thank you.
For sure.
Oh, she's regained almost all of her health. She's shy
Yeah.
3.
So, Amber Green, you're up in the morning to, as we're moving at speed, move 2 spaces.
All right. Let me zoom out a little bit. Where are we headed?
The desert.
Well,
The middle of the desert.
yeah.
I get it. I see. Okay.
Roughly that ping was about right.
And boop, step 2.
Okay. So as you come out onto the flat,
Yeah, that was
dry
my
field-
goal was to break the trees.
Yeah, out of the forest. You can see that the air has gotten kind of dry as of today, and you see that strange glittering phenomenon several miles ahead of you that you were able to see before.
For some reason, all of the music that I've been playing with my flute has started being like.
Oh, and you know what I'll do? I think I will give you the terrain here because you'd be able to see foothills.
And for some reason, even though I'm playing the flute, there's like this Spanish guitar laying over the top.
Well, don't you remember that you create illusionary guitars to deal damage to people?
I have not forgotten that I manifest illusions that are not part of my magic all the time. Yes.
Albus Taver, I'd like you to make a perception.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm kidding. It's a cantrip, and you're right. I totally do that all the time. Thank you, Albus Tavern.
Well, it's not just a cantrip. That one time that you blacked out.
No, I know, but
you used your deals inflict wounds, and you used the cantrip of an illusionary loot and destroying it, and that artistic
I remember.
image to deal the inflict wounds.
I remember all of my magic comes from my music because I am not a cleric or a healer. I am a bard after all. But if you look there in the chat, you see that I have the ability as a cantrip to make what's the word I'm looking for? The kind of music that accompanies you. I can make accompaniments. I can make accompaniments.
Holy shit! So that means that bardic clerics, like legit, actual multi-class bardic clerics, can play a cavalier with Spanish guitar accompanying every single thing that they say.
I can do it. I can do it.
I have a new character. No, but no. I have a Don Juan character concept.
No, I absolutely understand. You're gonna make Miguel.
It needs to be called air guitar.
It is.
It's going to be a middle name or a last name or something like that. I was trying to encourage this tangent, sir. I know.
Albus Taver, can you roll a perception check for me?
Yes, I can.
If you don't mind.
No,
I was merely making a joke about how every game that enters a desert suddenly has Spanish guitar and a middle
things with my gnomish eyes.
Okay, that's very good. So on the horizon, as the land has flattened out a bit over here, you see almost directly east, a little southeast, what appears to be some type of ruin, perhaps off in the distance, maybe another 10, 15 miles away.
Not that far. That's only, 4 hexes?
These places that I'm like.
Right around here.
Okay. It's in the site. Okay.
Yeah. So you have 2 spaces of movement. Feel free
Brilliant.
to use it.
Yeah. Do you guys mind if I go up and around?
You want to get into the? Is that sand? Like, can we tell that from here?
It is hard to tell from here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna eat up our speed, if that is like Sahara style sand.
That would be accurate.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because there are two reasons, honestly, I wanted to do that. One is the scouting thing, is that if I actually saw a ruin where I did, I'd want to come up and around to it to try to flank the position, try to get as much of a view on it as possible to see if anybody is looking at it. But also, it just, I don't like where that what is it, a fog of war pixel is, and aesthetically I would like it cleared. That's really it.
Here.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest skirting the fringe rather than actually going into
I'll
it.
clear it for you. There you go.
Okay, now I'm totally I'm way more weighed into going the other direction now, but also we should scout around the ruin first, not just directly head on
Yeah.
into it.
What I would say is
to scout the build.
if
Sorry.
you went like this, like Montlarin indicated
Right.
with his arrow a moment ago, that would give you the chance to kind of come into it from a northerly side, and without really going into the sandy area, you'd be able to manage this.
Brilliant. Are you guys okay if I do that?
Okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you do it. Okay, and another 20 minutes or so later, you all arrive in a city.
What?
I'm guessing the map's gonna change.
Well, should I assume that you enter the ruin?
Well, okay.
Well,
Whoa.
we
So
stand
it's a
outside.
ruin or is it a city? Yeah, what do we see?
It's a ruined city.
There's a ruined city. Is there a wall and a gate? Are there, like, what?
Describe to us the ruins as we come upon it over a hillock.
That's no hillock, it's a dune.
Yes.
Dune.
Dune.
Well, I mean,
There-
maybe there's a hillock that then drops off into the dune.
So allow me to describe what you're seeing here. You are seeing a city with a wall on the flat terrain here. It looks like from afar you can see what must have once been a very large gate into the city wall, sort of on the southwest side, that you can easily navigate. And you can see that there is no gate there at this time. If there was a gate, it must have disintegrated long ago.
Is there a gate frame for where the
like
gate would have been?
Exactly.
It's sort of a like a tall, flat, walkable wall, and it looks like the gate would have been like freestanding in between those two walls, essentially. So
Okay,
no
so
arch.
there's an open space, but we can't tell how high that gate might have been, except
Correct.
by the height of the wall
Yeah,
and then a guesstimate. Okay.
exactly.
Right.
And you are able to easily access the city ruins. Now you can still see that glittering phenomenon up ahead of you, and you're pretty close to it. And now that you're close to it, it's sort of like a shiny phenomenon more than a glittering phenomenon. But
Does
this
it move as we move, or does it
it
stay
um
persistent in one spot?
Naya, give me an insight check. It looks like a
Very nice.
reflection, but it towers tens, maybe hundreds of feet above you.
This is some
In this
magical
city that
mirage.
we're in, right? That we're standing outside of right now. There's a huge freaking tower.
No. In fact, perhaps the tallest ruined building you can see in this city is 3-story.
So, tell me again what the shiny is on.
You see what looks like a reflection of the sun, sunlight, like like as though you had been looking at a large metal object, and at various angles as the sun bounces off of it, and except it is so massive that you've been able to see it from far away, and you can't tell. There doesn't appear to be any object that it's reflecting off of.
Exactly my line.
I would say, Elvestaffer, when you spotted this area and you saw that shimmer, what did it look something like this?
You've been able to see this sort of thing from afar as you came out of the forest today.
Could I roll
So
perception?
Right, and we saw it when we were up high, and so we knew the general direction of it.
yeah, this is presumably the same phenomenon.
Presumably, yes. But it is an interesting thing where if there's no structure in the ruins that is more than a couple of stories high, then
Or insight? Can I try insight?
where is this? Does this tower exist, or are we all seeing a hallucination or an illusion? Is it protected by some kind of magic?
Is it
Ambergreen,
fucking? Is it beautiful
Ambergreen, what are you attempting to insight or percept?
or perceive? Yeah, what it is that she's seeing, this reflection, this thing. Is it pretty? Like, because if it's beautiful, I would appreciate it just for the beauty. But I would also notice then if it had a shape, or if it was as Snipey was suggesting, if it's maybe like what it looks like when there's a edge lighting on an object that doesn't exist.
It's definitely a certain type of pretty for this large, like shapeless, flat reflection of nothing.
Well, like Ambergreen is obsessed with beauty. Like if something is pretty, it will catch his attention. But then again, he also has a wisdom of 18, so like I could throw down either perception.
Right, but does he get distracted by ooh shiny?
Oh, certainly. But he might be. But he might be so what I'm saying is, he is so distracted by oh shiny that he might be like, wow, you guys, don't you realize it's reflecting a tower?
You can make a perception check.
I think Naya would have some questions for the group. So
Ambergreen, you think whatever this thing is reflecting off of, if anything but air, must be some ways in or slightly beyond the city.
Can I
right, like in another dimension or in some way removed?
Can I investigate how the illusion might be playing on our eyes?
I'll say it
I want
out
to
loud.
ask a question or two before anybody goes off.
Montlarn, as you guys are riding up to this thing, it seems like it is shining your sun.
Okay, so the angle changes the way I would expect it to, basically.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so Naya asks a question of the group, one by one by one. What are you seeing with regard to the shiny thing? And I ask each person to describe it so that we can come up with things in common.
I'm gonna write a song.
Does
everybody describe it the same way?
That's
similarly,
but similarly, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, of course, mine is accompanied by music.
Okay, so we all agree that we're seeing something. It's either, if it's not a thing, a real object, a real something, then it's a mass hallucination. I'm the one that ate mushrooms, guys, so that's why I'm checking.
Here, hallucination.
I was gonna ask if I could possibly investigate how it interacts with each other, each other's perception of the thing. So we each described it, right? And
Yeah.
I kind of know how like light can make us see color differently because my character
Right.
grew up inside of a cave and he didn't understand, what white looked like under sunlight until he saw sunlight for the first time. And so he's trying to basically suss out whether or not this thing is like, let's say, a sun-like object that is very, very, very far away, or perhaps maybe it's massive, or like how is the phenomenon interacting with
her Ambergreen's perception? He's pretty sure, and he may have mentioned that this thing, this reflection, kind of based on the shape and size, even though it is absolutely massive, must be somewhere in or perhaps just beyond the confines of this city ruin.
Yeah, I would have said. Yeah, I was like I said, I was
So like to your east and north.
Yeah, I spoke out loud as I was like, "Whoa, it's like this and this and this," and then I wrote a song.
All right, so it
guess
absolutely is a thing.
The thing that while everybody was, kind of first checking it out, I was probably actually wondering something else. Trying to calculate from, repeat visits to an area, not necessarily the same city, but in the same region along the same path, year after year after year. I actually got to see a little bit about how the sand in one of the more deserty areas kind of moved and shifted over the years. So the immediate thought that came to mind is, what would 1,000 years of being undisturbed look like? Is this place completely buried and we're seeing just the tip of something much deeper, or has
I want to emphasize here is that despite the general shape of the map, with how it kind of undulates, you are actually not in a desert right now, and that would still be a few miles away. So, to answer your question, the desert or the ruin is sitting upon a somewhat dry, flat grassland.
Yeah, that borders the dunes.
Right.
It's defensible.
Okay. I think.
I mean, we should probably ride around it and see if we can find any signs of people coming and going.
I agree.
Give me a moment before we move. I'm gonna try looking through a few different sets of lenses. First trying the beer goggles, then trying the red tinted glasses.
Yeah, so neither of those produce different effects than what you expect naturally from some kind of big reflective structure.
Then I guess the third one is if I create a kind of a wall of water, like a thin sheet of water, and go through a different range of tints. Does any of it can change how it looks in any way, increase or reduce the intensity of it in any way?
Not really, aside from the fact that you'd be looking at it through water. Again, it sort of behaves the way you'd expect. That is to say, by doing these things and looking at it through these lenses, you're not filtering out anything that is there that is hiding something.
Yeah. No, I think there's nothing to learn from trying to look at it in different ways we would probably need to approach in order to get a better idea of what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, I'd still like to survey its perimeter before we actually go inside, though.
Oh, most certainly. No argument here.
Okay. You can do that. Montlarin, you lead the party around north first.
Yeah.
As you patrol along the wall, you see that it is run down in a few places, but overall it seems to be quite stable, all things considered.
Yeah, more or less intact. The wall,
yeah,
I mean.
more or less. You don't see, since you're pretty close to the wall, you don't see too many buildings over it. Most buildings here are single story. Like I said, probably the tallest one you could see from the gate was maybe a 3-story
Right.
taller structure, but these are squat. And you come around the north side, and at a certain point, you definitely see that there is sand ahead of you to your north as you're coming around the northern turn of this city. And a little ways forward, you can see that there is a what you find is a 5-foot gouge in the grass and dirt, that you see travels northwest as far as you can see.
Wait,
This
5 feet long, 5 feet deep?
5 feet thick, wide.
Oh, okay.
It travels northwest as far as you can see. It also travels southeast as far as you, in a completely straight line.
Like geometrically straight?
Yes, and what that means for traveling southeast is that when you find this, it has in fact pierced the city wall. This 5-foot thick gouge.
Is it like a fault line, or is it like a gouge? Like, does it look like somebody poked something and dragged it along, or does it look like something fell apart?
Is it? Sorry, man, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, it's okay. So there's a lot of information. So this gouge is completely flat, pristine, cut as though with a knife, and it cleaves through the wall. It cleaves through the ground under the wall, and goes in that direction. You can kind of see through the wall a little ways if you're close. The last thing you notice, which perhaps you might have noticed first as you approach, is that there is a lot of sand from what appears to be a desert across this gouge, piled up flat against the far side of the gouge, as though it is a wall.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like wind blown and piled up that way.
Right, as if there was like a pane of glass that it was pushed against.
Yes.
Huh.
Is there any like scoring on the edge of the gouge? Does it look like it was made with heat, or is it like suddenly it was there?
Kind of the latter. How close to this gouge are you getting?
I guess.
Yeah, maybe like. I mean, I would want to investigate it, so probably within like 10 or 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if I could see a thing where it looked like there was a pane of glass, I might even reach out and tap it with my, or I might shoot it with my crossbow.
All right. Do you want to?
Sure. If if we're approaching this and it looks like maybe there's some pane of glass or blocker or force field or something that maybe cut it at the edge of this, I would certainly shoot my crossbow at it.
All right. You rack a bolt and you release it, and you hear the unmistakable tink of your bolt on glass.
Oh shit, dude! You guys,
That's a lot of heat.
Wow.
you guys.
Wow. Yeah. I'll saddle up Bet Mounty closer to it.
Oh,
Whoa, I discoed there for a second.
welcome back.
Yeah, I'll saddle up Bet Mounty closer to it. Like within like 5 feet. There's no like emanations from it, are there?
Not a 1.
Okay. Then I'll poke it with the tip of my sword.
How you doing, Mo?
Hi, Mo.
He just woke up.
Yes. So yeah, you reach out your blade and you go to tap it and tink.
Does the point that I tapped it show any like marring at all?
No.
Oh.
I'm going to kind of take over as Badeth and fly up. Can I see a point that is above the wall and the sand that doesn't seem like it's got any sort of blockage, like not ramming straight into it, but very cautiously skirting
100 feet up.
Mhm.
This pane of glass is still present. 200 feet up, the pane of glass is still present. I don't think you can even see 200, can you?
No, I think 100's the limit, so I would probably go back
Yeah.
down and have Badeth kind of inspect further.
Okay.
So going up for a long ways, going up for a flaming owl in the desert's worth of going up safely. It's completely blocked the whole way.
100 feet, yes.
Flaming Owl of the Desert was my psychedelic album that I released back in the day.
Oh, I thought you fronted for them.
Well, dude, it was the name of the album. It's just that the name of the band was something utterly forgettable.
So yeah, you're sending Badeth up 100 feet where you can see.
Beyond 100 feet autonomously to
I see.
kind of skirt the surface and feel it out.
That was literally the name of the band. Something
Well,
utterly,
then
utterly forgettable.
after a little bit of time, Badeth, he can't really communicate, right? So it's kind of
No,
hard to
I would just
describe.
be keeping an eye on him to see if he can actually get across the, relatively unblockable plane. It'll be real obvious
see.
when he gets past.
Yeah. Your owl is a speck when he is able to move forward. And then
Alrighty
he
then.
comes back down.
Yeah.
Following your command.
So, the only other thing I could think to try out is if it's blocked on the way in, going out for living beings. But for some reason, I think it's kind of a universal thing. You're in, you're out, you're out. Unless you can fly really, really high.
How wide is this pane of glass? Is it the entire length of the gouge?
So northwest, you can see that it goes as far as you can currently see off to the horizon.
Right, and you said it was straight, right?
Yes.
Huh. If I touch it with my fingertip, does it feel like glass?
Yes. Warm to the touch. As
Brave.
warmed by the sun and perhaps the heat of the desert on the other side, which in fact, because of the situation here, is not particularly bothersome right where you're standing. you were in a sort of dry, warm, sunny day area, but the heat is not comparable remotely to what you've heard in the desert in the daytime.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. I mean, hey, on the plus side, at least it's not curved, so it's not like a big lens.
Right?
yeah.
Hey,
so,
look at this, guys.
touching it with your hand, you can tell that it is clearly like it feels like glass.
Right, just some super thick, insanely strong glass. That is so crazy.
Oh,
Like
I
literal
imagine it's
kingdom
magical.
organic glass. Yeah, it must be, right? How could you even make this?
Magic.
Yeah, this thing must be like miles, like square footage.
How thick can we tell how thick it is? Can we use refraction or anything to see the other side?
So you can see the other side of the gouge that this glass makes as it dips into the earth.
Oh, and it's solid all the way through.
That if it is solid all the way through, then that is 5 feet. But yeah, the gouge is like it's at the same level both sides, and as it cuts through the wall, the gouge remains there, and you can see.
What if I whack the fuck out of it with my warhammer?
That's gonna probably bounce back pretty hard.
Make a
Do it, Gimli it.
athletics.
Gimli.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just gonna unsling my warhammer, walk up, and just like give it a roundhouse, sort of like
Give me the athletics.
Side on kabash.
I want to see you Gimli it.
Aw,
Wrong weapon.
that's athletic. He said athletics.
Oh, sorry, athletics. Right.
Yeah,
I just have the crossbow.
you wind up. You take that swing as hard as you can.
And the entire thing crumbles to dust, and we all have to flee.
Oh, I'm already far off to the side.
No, I'm guessing I bounce.
It shakes your arms. Your forearms are going to be sore for the next day.
So, putting my hand up against the...
And there's not a single dent, by the way, nor scratch.
Putting my hand or finger up against the glass and trying to measure that versus where the sand is on the other side, can I figure out exactly how thick it is, or approximately?
Make an intelligence check, or a investigation would be good.
All right.
It seems probable that this thing is the thickness of the gouge, 5 feet about.
Okay. So.
And just to be clear, the gouge does not change width at any point that you can see throughout its trajectory.
I imagine the entirety of the walls have this going throughout it, and the wall itself is either part of the magic that sustains it, or more likely decorative at this point. Unless it's the sort of thing that it gets shut down and brought back up all at once.
It intersects the city, right? But like it's still a gouge there. It's not like the city wasn't built around it, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can see that the walls are relatively intact in the area that you are standing at, and the stonework of the walls is itself cut clean through. Also, I would like to note that the city, the bits of the city that you can see kind of getting a angle of vision on inside the walls is much sandier on the far side, and in a much more dire state than at the gate.
Right, like the wall is holding the desert back physically.
Yeah.
That doesn't bode well.
Yeah.
Well, we might learn more in the city. It could be that historically some spell was cast to literally hold that desert back? Question mark.
Right. But I
Maybe.
mean, where is this? Like, where? At what point does this wall impede us? And like, where does it stop us?
You're about relative to the size of the city itself. You're about halfway through it on the outside.
Oh, okay.
You would be able to make your way pretty far. You went around front, went in through the gate.
Okay.
Amber
Yeah, I
Green,
mean-
do you have Dispel Magic at the ready? I don't know if that would be powerful enough for this. This might be a case for a more powerful spell such as Disintegration, but not quite there yet in my training.
I'm checking right now. I wasn't sure
Disintegration's
that
useful.
I had. Oh, yep, there it is. Dispel Magic. It's my domain, dude. Yes, of course I do. It's a domain spell.
Rockin'.
All right. Do you want to try it?
Slap it around.
Let's, of course,
Sure.
be at a safe distance.
Hard.
I'm trying to dispel this wall, or like I didn't do a detect magic. I'm just gonna throw a
Well, you can
unfocused dispel.
take the time to detect magic first. It's just a ritual. Go ahead. No
Oh, I'm
rush.
I don't have detect magic ready.
Oh, I mean, I can detect magic and at least try to figure out about it here. Hell, I could even
I
identify
mean,
it.
so dispel magic is a domain spell of mine, but it's a level 3 spell. So
Yeah,
like,
it still takes a spell slot.
it's gonna be burning. It's gonna be burning. You know, a level 3 spell to cast it. So I want to make sure this isn't like glass and it
Right.
is indeed something magical.
I will, I suppose, take the time to ritual out, detect magic and identify to figure out as much as
Okay.
I can about it.
You cast detect magic and detect nothing from the wall.
See, that's what I was afraid of. How high a note can I project with my thaumaturgy aided flute?
What did identify give me?
Well, identify would only work on a magic item, so as far as I'm aware. So
Let me
I
pop
was
that.
assuming you wouldn't even.
Can I just play a higher and higher note?
Yeah, he's doing
If
this.
you go
the
any
whole time.
higher, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, you'll probably burst your eardrums before you break that glass.
Burst my eardrums.
I'm ready to eat a bar.
Magic.
No, that's not the one I was looking for.
Yeah,
Identify.
putting up.
Huh.
You gotta open a portal.
There
I
you
was
go.
just thinking I can maybe teleport myself through the
If
glass
it's
to
a
the other
magic
side
item
of the
or some
glass.
other magic imbued object, or a creature, you could learn what spells are effective. Yeah, so you're not seeing it. You're not detecting any magic from the wall to begin with. So you would know that casting identify would just kind of be a waste of time.
So it's not actually magical. That's the part that's
That's pretty amazing.
most odd. I don't know. Does anybody know any sort of legendary glass that's unbreakable and can be built really high? Because it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, one would say glass. Glass is usually used for windows. Perhaps mirrors.
Yeah. A giant piece of glass like this.
During my time with the dwarves, they knew some stuff about components from the earth. It's entirely possible that they would know something about this glass, but I don't know. And she looks at Ambergreen.
What about me?
You're a dwarf, right?
Oh, I am.
So during Naya's time with the dwarves, what she learned from those years that she spent with them was that they knew a lot, both innately and learned in their texts and oral tradition, about how things in the earth come to be, how they can be made, how they can be magically empowered or imbued or whatever. And they might have known something about how this glass could come to be and yet not be magical.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rockman, tell me about the rocks.
Yeah, Nimbus. You definitely don't know of any kind of say.
No, that's not even what that means. Nope.
And something of this scale would be impossible for any civilization, basically.
I suppose if it's a wish from a god, or a wish granted by one, they could grant
That's a
it
seal song, right?
in
Wish from a god.
such a way that it would appear mundane, but still have
That
these
isn't
indestructible
out of the
properties.
Yeah.
I think Wizard did it.
Well, all the more
Yeah, 'cause
reason why
if
we
you,
should try to
if you,
find some
for
way in.
example, create an object with wish, it is not magical afterward. It was simply brought in, you know.
Does it respond to a blast of elemental water whatsoever? It just bounces right off.
Yeah, it just bounces and flows right off.
Do I have anything in my cartography tools that would help me look afar of the shit? What's the word? I'm trying to look down the plane of the wall to see if there's any obstruction or some breakage. You know, something that might look like a place where one could enter.
Yes, what you see as far down as you can look, getting an angle, is that it descends into the earth, some ways, and you can't see anything like a entry point or hole or tunnel or anything like that. Um, you might perhaps, if you get the right angle, be able to see a basement of one of the homes in or buildings inside the city, and note that it is also bisected by the wall.
Damn. Shit. Does this is it lensing? Like if this is hard to say. But Albus Taver, having his weird cartography tools out, trying to find a different angle, is looking up, just inspired, and he's wondering: is this like maybe encased in a giant glass dome? Is it even more wondrous than we thought? And maybe why that scintillation is happening?
If you have any kind of straight object that you could use as a level, you would find that no matter where you check, this thing is perfectly straight in all directions.
Okay, so there is no rounding at the top.
It doesn't seem like it, but this thing is hundreds of feet tall, so it's hard to tell. Perhaps it might change up there.
Yeah, but clearly because it's not bisecting the sky, it's not like infinitely tall.
Yeah, exactly. Towering thousands of.
Can't penetrate it. And it's just a wall too.
I feel like I could probably skip through it. Can't I see the other side of it? You said I could probably see where the other side was, right?
You can see the other side, yes.
Is it
Right,
doming?
right.
Sorry, not doming. Is it circling the city? Like, or is it just like?
No, it just cuts it in half, like bisects it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking over here at the map, and this is probably just an element of how the map was made, right? But is it cutting off the sand, kind of like how that tile is cutting off where the sand is?
Yes. So it would be more like this, basically.
I could carry Elvis Taver through.
Well, I'm also wondering, like, if the city isn't just impenetrable, or if this is just like a wall, and we can go around and mountaineer around this. If that is our only option, that is the worst option. I would like to try to investigate the wall and see if we can get in any other way, but
Well, the gates are open. Like half the city's explorable.
Right.
Exactly.
But it does suggest that if we continue in this direction, we will not be able to access the tower because the glass blocks the way.
yeah, exactly.
Right. On the other
Period.
hand, if we can figure out where it intersects the mountain, there will be places where the mountainsides are taller than the glass, unless it's literally infinite height.
Well,
Which
the
we
other
don't
thing is we may be able to use mining tools
climb
to
around it.
be able to break
I'm just saying
down the
it's a
mountain.
skyway in the high. If it's a highway in the sky. God, if it's perfectly flat on the top too.
And wide enough, right?
Well, if we have mining tools, I mean, we can go and get them and bring them back. But then we can actually chip away at the mountain and see if does the glass continue or does it end?
Right.
Does
Well,
it
and you
have a
said
finite edge?
it goes down a ways too, right? Like an imperceptible amount, or does it only go down a little? Right. Okay.
You can't tell like where the ground under the gouge is.
Right.
And what
so
we don't know is if the sides also extend an impenetrable amount. And we won't know that until we chip away at some of the mountain.
What is the integrity, like the quality of this crystalline / glass-like structure that I'm looking at here? Elvis Towers now.
It is,
Of course, I couldn't praise it, but I've been trained in that kind of trader junk.
It's flawlessly clear, and you can't scratch it.
There's nothing inside of it too. It's not like captured anything.
No.
So anything that
no
it has,
inclusion.
yeah, any building that it has bisected, that building has vanished somehow, right?
Yes, that's what it looks like. Yeah, you have no evidence that there was ever anything inside the gouge that the glass now occupies.
Well, yeah, other than the other half of that thing. So there are interesting bisections of like buildings going on here too, right?
Indeed.
Cross sections.
Yeah, that's actually fairly interesting. Alvis Taver, this is a remarkable piece of phenomenon. But so far, Alvis Taver's only idea is a very uninspired, let's go mountaineering for the highest peak and then try to get on top of this and maybe use it as a highway on the sky, build a whole base and obelisk on top of this giant glass structure, if possible. That'd be neat.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just explore what we can of this city, assuming it's empty.
I'm sure the accessible part's been picked clean, so anything inside might still have value.
Wall here, that suggests that's nothing inside the no, we should go through the ruins and try to pick it clean.
Oh, I'm saying it's probably already been picked clean. If this was any place that had any sort of treasure, I'm sure one leader's minions or another has already come through, gotten the artifacts to give to Big Daddy.
Right. That might tell us things too, though.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying, don't expect to find too much of value. Maybe more ephemera that remained, less treasure.
Right.
Alice slaps his thighs in protest. We still need to get into the place.
Oh yeah. Well, we gotta search around to find some clues.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't checked the portion of the wall on this side of the glass that is south of the gate. So there may also be things on this side of the city from the outside that we haven't seen yet. But ultimately, we should probably, resolve ourselves to step across that threshold and explore that city.
Right. So how are
What time of day is it, sir?
It's still late morning.
Okay, cool.
You guys have not spent that much time, and you're going fast. So yes, would you like to navigate to the city gate once again?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. You enter the threshold, and when you do, nothing particularly of note happens. You are inside a ruined and downtrodden, um, long abandoned cityscape.
Was it kind of like Orcus looked when we first got there?
Orvis, yeah. Although
Yeah, Orvis, sorry.
without
Orcus
the,
is the plane of hell.
yeah. Without the supernatural darkness and less of the literally no living thing here. That is not the case. You spot the occasional bird um, fluttering about, keeping their nests in this area. Now, what happens as you get a little ways? So the way city is built is one of the main roads um, essentially goes straight through it, southwest to northeast, and uh,
So does the intersection of that road with the glass create an X?
well, several minutes before you reach that point, you realize that the city ahead of you is bustling
Bustling.
and not particularly ruined.
I don't like that word.
Right. No sign of a glass wall either, I take it.
You seem to have lost sight of it in the sky.
It's a time wall!
And you are in a location filled with people going about their daily lives. And ahead of you is what appears to be an aqueduct, fenced off with a bridge and lined by street lamps, featuring magically hovering orbs.
Neat. Also, hey, we know those guys, don't we?
Uh,
Yeah?
I don't think they remember us though.
No. They
you
wouldn't.
see a massive blue dragonborn with a chipped horn and a black tabaxi who appear to be arguing with a graying man wearing a suit, who has his back turned to you.
Hey, Montlarin.
Yeah.
Do you want to go up to them and play the whole "Yo, don't you remember us" whole shtick again? That one's always fun.
Oh,
I
I
bust out
love
my flute
that.
and I play that.
Oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
play Ferris's too, or what was it? Paris? Was
I think it was
Upon-
Ferris. I think
Ferris?
that's right. Ferris.
Yeah, play her tune. Yeah, that would get their attention.
On Montlarin's, yeah, Alvis Tavern kind of runs up and is like, "Yo, guys,
Okay, when you
the life of the party.
when you run
So
up,
much drinking. Remember that time with the games?"
you run up as they're not really paying attention to you as you are like waving and saying hey to somebody in that general direction. But as you approach, you see uh, the dragonborn, her arms folded, the tabaxi leaning against the railing, and the man Holtzman. He shouts, "Absolutely not!" And he storms off, leaving them both behind.
Wait, but you owe us for the drinks. Oh.
And then the other two notice you approach, and waving at them, and God gracious, this, dude. Do we know you?
Well, I mean, it was an interesting series of events, but yeah, we met at Orvis. Do you remember?
More
The
than we've met twice. This is the third time you've forgotten of us now.
Kieran says, "No. I don't.
Be nice.
I don't forget people."
Well, we could even prove that we know, and we've played games and shared drinks together. Surely you remember. And he goes off on a list of things that only he would know. He also questions it. Where's our favorite bard?
Kieran's ears flatten, and Gakri says, "Oh, I got you. You were one of Ferris's friends then."
Well, I mean, she's the one who introduced all of us together. And I admit it was a night. More than one night, in fact.
Listen, I don't know what she told you, but about us. But the bad news is she died.
I assume that fighting the orcs did not go so well then.
yeah, that business with the pirates. Then
She told you what she was up to.
yeah,
Well, sorry to be the one to tell you that.
Unfortunate. I'd be
Yeah,
willing
yeah.
to buy instead of sharing.
if only we had been there. Well, and I'll look to Nimbus and Alvis as I say, well, and I'll say, she was good people, and she said that you were good people too.
Kieran says she saved the princess, so there's that. She didn't die for nothing.
Mom, she was far too heroic for there to be any other truth, right? Look, I realize that we must seem like an imposition to you then, and I definitely wouldn't want to impose much further. But she spoke highly of you, and even though you don't remember it, we actually have fought side by side before. I just want to say I'm sorry for your loss.
I'm gonna saunter up behind them, just like playing a mournful tune on my flute.
If there's anything you need.
Yeah, well, you know how good. Anyway, Kieran, talk some sense into that idiot. I'm gonna go see if I can find Nikta and
But at least Nikta's still around.
yeah, don't worry. She's fine. Anyway, see you folks some other time. And she will move to walk north while Kieran looks towards his companion who is currently smoking on the railing, staring off into space.
Holtzman, always the one to disagree.
That was his smoke, though.
Certainly.
Kieran cracks his neck and he says, "All right, I'll see you folks later."
Certainly. I'm sure we'll see each other in passing throughout the next little bit.
Not to wax prophetic, but keep an eye and an ear open for trouble too.
What?
Listen to this one. His
What do you
God
mean?
gives him visions.
I don't want to sound too superstitious. I know you don't know me after all, and you have no reason to indulge me. But the few times that we have met, we have always found ourselves in trouble.
I switch my flute to going, Do 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 do.
Right. You know, the business outside of Orvis, and I'll just rattle off, you know, Flower Sea, right, the bit with the pirates. Right, I realize that you
Best
don't
Bridge, yeah.
remember us. We're just people who try to do what good we can.
Well,
But every time we've met you, there's been good that needed to be done.
he says, well, I don't know how you could know about the stuff in the Flower Sea unless there were more pirates over there somewhere else. But I wasn't even there myself. But I don't know where you folks have been the last few months, but the war is all over. We don't have anything to worry about. The king smashed him to bits. Worst thing we've got going on right now is this guy sulking around and a sick princess.
So that hasn't gotten better either.
Well, no, you know, I mean, if you've been around, you know how the princess is, unfortunately.
I'd like to take breaks from time to time. We're wilderness people. Make our money off the land and our interaction with you guys. All your politicking, they seem like stories, you know? I like to spend my time in a nice cave. Very peaceful. Serene.
Well, yeah, if you've been in a cave the last few months, then that explains a few things, I guess.
Office Tavern nods.
So what's with your despondent friend over there?
Yeah, absolutely. To help a friend of a friend with a drinking friend.
He leans back up against the railing and he says, he doesn't want us here wasting our time going and helping the princess. He wants us to get he mockingly the artifact in All Saints before somebody else does. And Holtzman glances over and stomps in this direction, and he says, Karen, did I just hear you say what I think I heard you say? Are you telling people what we're doing here?
Oh, we already knew what you were doing here.
I've never seen you in my life.
Yeah, we've actually drank together.
That seems unlikely. Go ahead and forget whatever this idiot just told you.
It's like the opposite of us having one of those faces, you know?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, my condolences. She was a dear friend. Honestly, the only one that remembered us, too. This is like the third time, buddy.
He grimaces and throws
Like
his
a
cigarette
social faux pas.
at your feet. He flicks it. And he says, once again, I think you have the wrong person.
Holtz, he must be related to a buddy I know. He's also very sharp.
Are you trying to sell us something? We're not interested.
No, of course not. No, we just saw you, recognized you over the numerous parties.
They knew Ferris. They knew about us through her. They met her before.
More than once.
Apparently they were friends. Ferris never told us about you, sorry.
Oh, secret friend.
You really don't remember? I mean, I could see in the heat of battle maybe losing us, but You don't remember the games? The oh, maybe not. By the look on your face, I guess you don't remember us from that either.
And also by your all's demeanor and the lack of Ferris, it's obvious that other than saving the princess, that the encounter with the orcs and the pirates didn't go well. Since then, we've been sort of off the radar.
Holtzman says, "Yep, yep. Talk of every town we've been to. In fact, good to hear it once again. Definitely wanted to. Did you want an autograph for it or something? I don't do that.
No, no disrespect, but if fame and fortune was what we were seeking, we would just go visit our friend at the Star Tower. No, actually, I was trying to warn your friend here that we have a tendency to meet you when calamity strikes, and so I just wanted to warn you all to be careful. I don't know what your endeavors are. I'm going to say I didn't hear what your friend Kieran said, but just be careful. You're important to a friend of mine.
The Ides have come. Listen to my friend, for when he speaks, it is.
Thanks for your warning, stranger. But we're not doing anything here. We're moving through town and going on our way.
When least expectant and not on duty is when your god is most waning.
Look, I could tell we're weirding you out. Don't let us keep you. One thing I will say though is we've done pretty good mercenary work ourselves. If you do find yourselves in trouble, you can count on us, and we won't even take too much of your cut.
Kieran says, "Well,
Is this a perception or a deception? Because like we are technically lying to them, and we know why, but I just want to know if I can roll something to make my weirdness even more persuasive."
I don't think a roll would be appropriate just because you are having a straight dialogue here."
Okay.
Karen says, "Well, hey,
Karen.
this part isn't a secret. The princess is sick. She's in the city. They've got the doctor sorceress is working on her all day and night, and they need some of that flour from up in the mountain."
Okay, hold up. I wasn't selling anything before, but like this shit's in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, exactly. I like flowers up in mountains and quests in order to save princesses. We've even met this princess at the games at Redshift that you've clearly forgotten us about. You shouldn't drink so much.
That wasn't Thesbridge. I think you drank too
That
much.
wasn't Thesbridge.
Karen says, "Hey, I won that game. I met the princess."
No, I won that game. Remember?
I
I even got to wear the crown and everything.
I've heard it both ways.
I won this year's game. Perhaps you've won it another time, and I just didn't know.
Yeah, probably right. Maybe.
I'm just gonna saunter up.
I was not going to mention it, Elvis, but I clearly remember seeing Kieran win. By the way, cheers to that.
What?
I'm just playing the coolest tune I can play as I saunter up.
Karen says, well, Mr. Boss Man, it looks like I have my own hirelings to go help the princess. What are you going to do if I go without you?" He says, "You can do whatever you want. But fuck.
Come on. Come help the princess.
Ah. Hey, I know you like a good smoke. We've even shared smoke before." Holds out a pipe and some smoke in a bag. Pipe weed.
Montlarin, he looks you in the eyes, and
I'll wink at him.
he says, "What about Marcato? Huh? He sent you."
Who?
Marcato. No.
Marcata?
Montlarin, I think that would be a persuasion check in your case.
Nice.
We've
Oh, good one.
not been here long, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I just told them that we've been inside of the cave for the past 3 months.
Certainly.
You've never met him. Fine.
I mean, us spelunkers don't really get around. That's why we're so forgettable.
You're paranoid, dude. And Holtzman said he lights up another cigarette with his finger, and he says, "The portents are never clear anyway, so fine."
Great, this will be perfect. And trust us, we're literally experts at questing shit. While people who may or may not have been you, let's call it that, we're busy in the Flower Sea. We had our own quest that was related, and actually, I'm not going to brag, but a key to your own, other people's exploits. We do this. We got this. This is going to be fun. Just like at the games. Trust us.
I won this game.
No, you didn't. Not the one we're
Naya
talking
whispers to Montlarin, stop saying, trust us. I would never trust anybody if they said, trust us.
That's just because you're a parent.
No, I got one of those faces.
He says,
Oh, God.
I'm just gonna ride my performance of 22 there as long as I possibly can.
I
Red
always forget.
like a motherfucker.
I always forget when I see you guys. Do you guys have a map? My map is grossly underrated, and he shows off his work.
Oh, wait, are you showing him a modern map?
I'm showing him my map.
Awesome.
let's resolve this in about 5 minutes of in-game time, and finish the previous conversation first.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine. Because Holtzman and Montlarin are talking, and Montlarin says you can trust us, and Holtzman says, for some reason I believe that. All right. Here's the deal. After the princess was rescued, she fell ill again. They haven't been able to move her from Chose since. Too dangerous with her health. They can't put her back on the road, even if they are safer now after the war. Like Kieran said, they've got Dr. Sorceress is working on her all day and night. And supposedly they found a concoction that keeps the symptoms down, but they need a lot of the material they use to make that stuff, and they don't have a lot of it here. They say up in the mountains, a flower called White Silesium by Mountain Springs, they can find it, but it's rare, hard to come by.
Any idea what sort of creatures lurk up in those hills?
Kieran says, I heard there used to be dragons once, but everybody says that about every mountain range, so who knows if it's true.
Well, that's, yes.
All the stepper snaps a roll of his whip between his hands. He's like, probably no beast that won't royal to the sound of my whip.
Except maybe a quadruped robot or rabbit thing with hypnotic eyes.
God, rabbit, die! Karen,
It's a long story.
have you heard of a giant white rabbit who, if it stares at you, you lose sense of yourself and being as if you were high? This
No,
beast
but
needs to die.
it sounds delicious.
I would love to eat it too, exactly.
Wow, psychedelic hair stew.
All right.
How many of these flowers do we need to gather?
Holtzman says, if we've got 6 of us or 7 of us, then filling our packs should be more than enough. They just need enough to get her back to Vess.
The other
I have
two
an
aren't
entire
coming
barrel.
with us?
What was that?
The other two aren't coming with us?
Kieran touches his earring that they both have, and he says, "One sec," and he says, "Hey, Gokri, we found some friends. We also got old Grumpy on finally on the right side, so we're gonna go looking for some flowers. You want to come?"
I got a barrel.
And a couple seconds later, he turns back to you and he says, "All right, Gakuri says that she and Nikta are going to stay with the king and the princess. We're in touch with them. So anything happens or catastrophe strikes." He looks again at you, Montlarn and Albastaver.
I'll nod encouragingly.
We'll hear about it.
Quite a wonderful device you've got there.
Holtzman nods and he says, "Yes."
Guys, I keep forgetting every time I see you. It's probably to do with the alcohol, and this is the first real sober time. My map is grossly underrated. I'm mostly here for spelunking. Could you please update me onto this map?
You show Kieran your handmade one.
I show him a secondary draft of my handmade one,
Okay.
so that any markings that I offer them to make with my ready-to-ink pen, like almost instantly, can be made.
He glances. He doesn't take it, but he like glances down at it as you're holding it out to him. He says, "This is weird." Well, why do you have a huge bay east of Orvis, and what is all the hatch marks around the city there? And you haven't even been northeast of Shosei yet?
I say that I have not been near that place that he says, and then I make up some bullshit like jargon excuse of why.
Shosei is where we are now, just FYI.
Oh,
It's on the other map. Like if you go look at the quote unquote modern map of Vesov in the
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what were you saying about the Orvis area?
I was giving him a bullshit excuse and some jargon stuff about me making it a little bit larger so I can put notes.
Albus also generates maps for let's call it a guild. His guild is very competitive. Are you familiar with the concept of trap streets?
Oh, yes, of course. And there is also that.
Paper
There are
town.
deliberate inaccuracies in the map so that if anybody steals his work, he'll know immediately. The trick is that when somebody buys one of his maps, he helps them where necessary to deal with those inaccuracies. Isn't that right, Alice?
Yeah. We also call them paper towns. That's exactly correct.
Oh,
I suppose killing you won't do any harm. We've had interacted many times, and you still
Well-
didn't forget us. So
I won't take your map anyway. But you're missing all sorts of stuff here. I mean,
please do point them out, and then I take out my pen and go to try to mark them.
you've got Midoro, but next to this weird, whatever this Maricus thing is.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell Silex and Ignis are.
Paper towns. Remember.
You're missing all of the other towns west of Orvis, and
Can I get west of Orvis?
and everything between Orvis and Chose are. So have you not visited any single town between the two cities? How are you making this map?
Spelunkered. This is mostly a speculative map right now, but this is how my guild gains geological terrain.
We in general make our living acquiring objects for people of great importance or wealth. I raise an eyebrow as I say that. So we do spend a lot of our time in ruins and caves and tunnels and places other people generally wouldn't, righteously go. Alvis's maps are built with a unique process because of this.
And so likewise, we would also be well stocked. We wouldn't have to visit as many towns.
Well, then, I mean, it seems like an okay enough system. You've still got a pretty big ways to go, it looks like, but what's the plan? All of Vesoth?
Oh, the entire area and more. We are an advanced scouting party.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
I was gonna say that's maybe that wasn't the.
We are from France.
Right. France.
Well,
We are from France.
Montler, don't point it out like that. No, I mean because my guild and corporation wishes to further its prospects. They have sent me and my friends here, whom I've gathered, and
It's a funny word for empire.
No,
and
you're from Cradia. Me too. I knew I recognized your accent. The whole lot of us we came in from there. We're not Veshan.
well, though that might or might not be true, I tend to feel myself more as a person of the earth. I was born underground, you see, and spent most of my formative years there. And I feel that puts a unique perspective on how I interact with the peoples of towns and worlds.
I came up from the underground.
Never tells me when I ask her. So, do gnomes actually pop out of the ground when, like, as babies or kids?
For all I know, memory-wise,
Only in the Cabbage Patch.
I have very good formative memories. That there is the Cabbage Patch method, and the Cabbage Path method is for those who are born out in the field. We tend to call those hobbits, not to be confused with halflings. But me, I suppose that I was more like a gem out of dirt, because my master, or teacher rather, I just think of him more as like a master kind of teacher. My teacher, he said that when he found me, I was so unrefined and dirty, and that with his polishing, I became more worthwhile and useful, like a gem. And so I would have to say, yeah, I don't know parents. I gave myself a name, and like all gems, a presence is what defines them. And I feel like I live that up. And he kind of lets his golden clothes sparkle in the sunlight.
See, I just had 4 twin sisters, so Huh.
That's a lot of siblings at once.
If only I had that kind of competition with people who I could have called family.
Well, he says,
The
well, you know,
competition I had were with the Boston Thugs and then eventually with the miners. Did you have miners where you came up and grew up?
huh, sometimes I lived up in the mountains. So yeah.
I lived in the mountains.
Well,
Apparently,
on top
I was living in the entire time.
Among the mountains, perhaps it sounds.
yeah.
No,
amongst-
no, I didn't even know it was a mountain until I was like, what, 14? I think that's what they said in like years.
Are you like air quoting years there?
Well, he didn't learn about like that kind of time passage until a while ago.
Gotcha.
He's
so
29 or something, and he's a gnome. He's like barely not a teenager.
at this point, I would like to assume that the party is walking out of the city.
Yeah.
Right.
Back the way you
Moving
came.
and talking, and
We would probably ask them to, if we need any other packs or anything, like where could we pick them up, or take it out of our cut or something.
From what Holtzman has described, it sounds like you have the space to carry enough of this plant.
That mountain's got saddlebags too that we like basically never use. So
yeah. So you all go back the way you came.
I technically have a barrel too.
And over the next few hours, so Albus Tower, feel free to continue this conversation with this tabaxi if you want. But over the next few hours, you are hiking into the southeastern foothills, and Holtzman will tell you. We got a tip from one of the sorceresses. She said last time they found some of this plant. It was up here in these mountains. So if we go climbing, keep your eyes out for a river, I guess.
And then follow the water to its source. It's good thinking.
Point out all these discrepancies you're talking about. Like I've been underground for a long time, so a lot of this is like speculative, and there are a couple of paper towns. I'd like to integrate them correctly with actual towns, and please, more info.
Hey, Holtzman. I have a long-standing contract with a client. It's one of those, if you happen to sort of deals. So, like, in theory, I could die with this contract unfulfilled. But you wouldn't happen to know where I could get my hands on a red dragon scale, would you?
I won't ask what exactly that's for, but no, can't say I do. I try to avoid the draconic in my line of business.
That's a sound policy. As a matter of course, is this region relatively safe, or have there been sightings of dragons of that sort around here? My client seemed to think I'd fulfill my order out here in Vesov, but I don't really know the kingdom well enough to know if they were, on the level or not.
They say the occasional dragon shows up here every now and then, but King Erditus and the elf kings before him are very apt, as you must have seen during the very short war a few weeks ago, and over the past few months, at keeping their enemies out of Vesov quite handily. In fact, being one of the most civilized countries in the world, And there's hardly a stretch of land from east to west that is not covered and kept and guarded, you might say. Except
Yeah,
mountain peaks, I suppose.
sure.
Around the northern and southern mountain ranges.
Yeah, I mean that mirrors everything I've seen so far. I think my client's probably even more of an idiot than I expected. Well, thanks.
Well, you never know. If you are supremely unlucky, maybe we'll find a red dragon today.
I was really hoping you would know of, say, like where someone used to live. Yeah, I don't have any desire to. I mean, look at me. I'm not fighting a dragon. I say with a laugh.
Good. No. I don't believe any. Well, if there had been a dragon sighting in the past year, it certainly would have been making headlines recently.
Yeah, I figured you'd be the guy to know. Thanks again.
He nods.
I want to widen up speculative scouting areas for us. Maybe we'll find more ruins.
I can't think of a way to ask what year it is without being crazy or
Right.
being labeled crazy.
Well, yeah,
Right,
that's partially why I'm trying to mark off
Right.
discrepancies in my map so that I can try to find ruins and other things that will be of use to us.
Yeah, I was likewise trolling for dragon information in the hopes that maybe this dragon's lair is older than we think it is, you know?
Yeah. Well, at least we know that rumors are a thing.
Well,
Yeah,
I
the
can
occasional
definitely
sighting.
see.
I
I
mean,
can
that's
definitely
probably
see
pretty
scouting
normal.
parties for it, but
Yeah, I was more thinking of, old worm tongue's lair. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Right.
Places
you in history.
So Kieran is kind of looking over the map as you go, and he's just like, I know you said you're not marking down towns, but
Well, it's not that I'm not marking down towns. It's that I've made these fake towns and that you ought to ignore them. And you should definitely tell me where I don't have towns here so that I can put them in amongst those towns.
all right. Well, if you want to, maybe once we're done here, if you wanted to go visit one of the nearby towns, you've got Paladay just to the northwest. That's not too far at all. Maybe a day. And then you said you're into the whole spelunking thing, right?
Oh, fuck, hell yes.
I'm not sure if this is legit, but I heard there was some kind of ruin down to the southwest too, kind of around the edge of the forest. Maybe some old druid thing.
Do I know about this one? Especially with that.
No. He's indicating a location to you that you have not visited, but
Oh,
it's
sweet.
in the scope of where you've visited before or seen before. Sorry.
Okay, no, I thought he might have been talking about Mother What's Her Fuck. I'm sorry.
the dryad script.
I was curious about that too.
I almost thought it was the Dryad. Yeah.
No, wrong direction.
Good point. Yeah, no. I only just realized that.
But yeah, he hands it back and he says, I mean, that should set you up pretty good. I mean, and then if you're looking for big cities, I mean, Alsane is only maybe another 5-6 days hike northeast of here.
Well, the big cities are
Oh,
cool.
yeah? What's the terrain like over there?
Yeah, exactly. We want landmarks. It's like,
Is this the first or the second time that Amber Green has been in one of these history hallucination?
I'm pretty sure it's the third for you, right?
Yeah, third.
The third.
Not
Okay.
the third.
So at this point, the reason I'm doing these performances is because I'm curious if I can seed the songs I've written into history.
Okay,
Never's trolling.
I'll
Awesome.
keep that in mind.
He also likes these people, but he's also trolling.
So to answer the question, Kieran says, well, if you haven't heard, All Saints sits on a lake. It's they say it floats, but it's really made of stone and glass and all that sort of moon elf stuff. And around it, beautiful rolling hills, far as you can see. Supposedly, we haven't actually been there yet, but that's what I hear.
Sounds nice.
Yeah.
We should definitely pay it a visit when we have time.
Certainly.
Getting
Like
over there
if-
may be a challenge, though. What with our work and all.
Especially if there are wineries. Wineries are so nice.
Any ancient crypts, tombs, or dark towers that have yet to be explored?
Well, it's true what Holtzman said. Vesoth is pretty civilized place. You're not exactly out in the frontier here. But around these parts, they don't have too many people. Like if you're looking for something up in the mountains, that would be the place. Maybe you could find something there old and untouched because the folks around here don't really go up in the mountains too far. Some people live around the foothills, but aside from the occasional Goliath, uh, it's an elf kingdom. They don't really have the whole big dwarf fortress thing going on.
Oh, that's perfect for one of my paper towns, and I show off the dragon fort or wherever the lizard man died in front of. The one that we're watching with the obelisk.
Yeah. And he says, "Oh, actually, I think there might be a military outpost sort of thing over in that general area."
Haha! The first time I've made a serendipitous paper town. It's finally happened, Mutler.
Oh, well,
it just means that I've finally reached mastery of my art.
Right, you're beginning to understand how people build towns. That's impressive, Alice.
Alvis pats himself on the back, even though it's a false achievement.
and of course that's about halfway between Chose and Colas. And if you head down to Colas, you'll be able to, get on a boat if you really wanted to. Although if you're mapping, I guess anything but the coastline would that wouldn't help you too much.
Oh, what about here, right here? Do you know about any entrance to the Underdark?
Did you just point to where did you point to when you said here?
The spot where there's a little entrance into an Underdark?
Yeah, okay. He says Underdark. No, I think if somebody found something like that, they'd probably seal it all up as fast as they could.
Why? Why is there some kind of thing underneath Vesoth or ancient legend or stuff that we should know about? Reason why we shouldn't be dig too deep?
You don't want drow running around your countryside at night around the little towns going on
running around.
What are you talking about? I was born in a tunnel.
Well, okay, yeah, but are you actually from the Underdark?
I have no idea. I was born underground.
Well, yeah, there's underground and then there's Underdark,
Elvis Tavern doesn't know where his watcher, his
Lauren, he says, hey, I might be unlucky, but I can attest that I've never kidnapped anyone.
Alice Taver is a foundling. Doesn't know shit about where he's from. He just knows he was born underground, and then he spent most of his life underground.
All right,
Well, to be fair, you did say that you lived in a mountain, so it's probably not the Underdark. That'd be way deeper than that.
Good point. Good point.
And yeah, I imagine the club's mines probably don't go all the way into the Underdark.
I mean, they are seedy dealers.
They are.
Roots run
They have
deep.
Underdark outposts. He says, but yeah, the
Shady might have been a better term. You know, because it's
dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not seedy. See, I wanted to do this whole hypothetical metaphor about roots, but then I was like, shady, damn, because it's dark.
So hey, why don't we take a 5-minute break for anybody who needs it, and then we'll continue.
All right, be right back.
Sound good? Cool.
Cheers.
Speaking of like colony sim hybrids, that was basically that pitch. Was like you establish a beachhead, from the surface of the Forgotten Realms into the Underdark, and you build like a little settlement there, and then wage a campaign to take over as much of the Underdark around you as possible.
That was in one of the Civ clones that I had.
What was that?
That was a scenario in that Civ clone that I had. That
Oh, really? That's funny.
you know what game I'm talking about?
I do. I can't think of what it was like. Wasn't it literally called Civilization?
It was, but it was super controversial because it was like a fork or whatever.
Right. Well, no, it was a totally different company. What had happened is they hadn't registered the copyright. They hadn't renewed the copyright, so it expired. So Activision was like, "Well, fuck. That means we can just call this Civilization."
Something like that. Yeah, exactly. And it was like
At which point, Sid Meier went, "Hey, I'm not dead yet, so that copyright's still totally valid. Thanks."
Right. Yeah, exactly. And it was like had a whole different title. I don't remember what it was, but there was a whole there were like different modes you could play. And one of them was and one of them was the space mode, and the space mode is exactly what you just described.
Well, except not the Underdark and not in the Forgotten Realms. But
no, I mean, not the space mode, the fantasy mode, because there were.
Gotcha.
Sorry, you are correct, but there was a space mode, but there was also a fantasy mode, and the fantasy mode was literally the Underdark.
Right. Oh yeah, and it had almost like the Z layers in Dwarf Fortress. It had like two different modes. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Totally did. Yeah, it was like Call to Arms, maybe, or.
Yeah, God.
I have a weird. I don't know if it's weird. I think some people might relate to it out there, but I've had a weird project going on in my dwarf fortresses, and that is to look over the archaeological finds of various different outposts, and then try to mimic the interesting stuff that they have done. So,
gotcha.
Look for notable things like aqueducts that are built into the city, and then trying to implement that into a dwarf fortress build, because that's not too drastic, but that is a place to gather ideas from. Because my biggest problem with dwarf fortress is, all right, I built a fortress here, I made my nobles kind of happy, maybe I've kind of not spiraled out, and yes, there's a game into finding that balance, but then after you find that balance, I tend to just I have no more drive to build anything other than bigger and bigger halls for people to hang out in.
Like you don't like investigate, like the economy or other pieces of stuff like that.
Well, even if I investigate I don't know. I don't. Maybe I could print more coins. I tend to just do a yearly coin, like a commemorative coin.
Right.
It's a pain in the ass to set up that kind of economy, but no, that I guess there is stuff that I haven't done.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking that there are certain crafts and technologies, if I can remember, because honestly, I tend to not fuck with the economy myself either. But I think there are certain, like there are certain things that you can only do once the economy is on. You know, like the pet shop is a perfect example.
Good point. I just mark pets as available underneath the animal thing, and so then eventually they get adopted.
Yeah, or if they're cats, they adopt someone. But yeah, totally.
Do that with cats.
It's actually kind of one of the things I like about cats. They're pretty self-managing.
Me too. Me too. But for instance, I've mastered. Well, it always takes a bit to get to, but I can always dish out the oil really easily. But quarry bushes and wax presses for beehives and stuff.
Right.
I almost like I can just do that now. And
That's
so,
cool. I don't think I've ever bothered in apiary.
I'm sorry. What was my bad?
Oh, I was just saying that's cool. I don't think I've ever actually bothered to build an apiary in DF.
Oh, build a bunch of hives, man. The
Getting hives working is dope.
Yeah, making mead will make your dwarves really happy. It just takes a little finagling, and you need to know how the menu system which is really easy. Just because you have to turn off cooking honey, or else you'll just cook all of your honey.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
I think it's because it's sugar, because dwarves like sugar.
Right. I was going to say, if you have a rum distillery going, you'll have the same problem there because they'll just grab anything sugary to make rum out of.
My scrub level has reached the point where I've decided I will pick up Dwarf Fortress finally once the graphics come out
Yeah,
Nice.
officially.
so good.
Yeah, you really should. And you get perks for paying for it on Steam, which I also really like as well. And the free version will always still be out for the purists.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's still
good.
what he's doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
But Steam version will be paid for.
I watched
It has a nice tiles.
I watched a big RimWorld playthrough recently, and that kind of got me wanting to play that game. But I just decided that going into Dwarf Fortress will be better.
Dwarf Fortress is sick. We love it. It's like a passion. However, it's not exactly a game.
The annoying bit about it is the patching bit.
It's more like an ant farm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can fuck with it in ways that you can't with an ant farm, but sure.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I'm not. I won't argue with that. But I love Dwarf Fortress, man. I fucking love it. But it's a semi-art, and it's more like an ant farm. It's just one new sculpt.
It has an infinite number of loss conditions, but like you have to define your own win condition.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, there are similarities and inspirations for RimWorld, which does have an exclusive.
RimWorld,
yeah.
RimWorld is like RimWorld would not exist if Dwarf Fortress didn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
That said, just if you ever had the experience of waterboarding a fire elemental, because I have.
I remember your documentation of that one. I believe you sent us once.
Yes, I was like, holy shit, did you see what just happened? Look.
All right, sounds like once Nimbus gets back, we're good to go.
Yeah.
But no, like Snipey was saying, I've had to draw some inspiration from history in order to get myself going. Past a certain point.
Let me throw you onto the map while we're waiting for everyone to get here.
Sweet.
You want to know what kind of sucks on Bois?
What's that?
The only 24-hour pizza joint that I feel not unethical ordering from because it doesn't close at like 10 or something is Pizza Hut.
Oh man, don't order. No. If you want to order food right now and you want to, and it's because it's late and you're worried about it, it's only almost 10. So you Grubhub, you're probably going to find more than that. But
no, I'm Grubhubbing right now. The only 24-hour place around town is Pizza Hut.
Wrong.
Donut
Star, 24 hours, bro.
I said pizza joint. Donut Star.
Is Keen?
Donut Star does not only sell donuts.
What is Keen doing?
Is she alive right now? Okay.
Oh, I had Keen to be alive in order to do the experiment, which I was still given some time before you asked about.
Yeah, just had to double check. I forgot.
Yeah, I just realized. Actually, I realized 3 days ago or 4 days ago that we live like within 2 blocks really, of a donut star, which is one of those Korean-run 24-hour donut plus like I'm fucking drunk and need food places open 24 hours in Orange County. That's like they're legendary. Actually, there was a documentary about it that was
I don't think I can order from this place here. I just looked it up. Here in my Grubhub order list in place, and I can't see it.
Oh, Call the Power. It was called Call the Power.
Totally.
The joint that I'm looking for here in the Grubhub is called Called Power.
No, Call the Power was the Activision series that was a Civilization game, even though it wasn't supposed to be, and that was because I just learned they licensed it from Avalon Hill.
Oh, is that how they got it? That makes sense.
Doesn't it? Because
Oh,
everyone's
that's
like,
funny.
Civilization isn't the Avalon Hill game, and I'm like, yeah, but the Avalon Hill game came first, and Sid Meier was involved in it, wasn't he? Maybe.
No. Actually,
No?
they're completely unrelated.
Really?
Like, literally 100% unrelated.
Goddamn. I was there as that happened, and even that escaped me.
Yeah, I always thought one was, like, I always thought that
The video game was based on the board game, right?
turns out, nope, not in any way, shape, or form.
And the board game is sick. The thing is, it's just a pain in the ass to keep track of what's going on because there's like 15 fucking
Right.
different token tracks.
All fucking little chits and shit.
Am I supposed to be able to see anything?
No, we're in the darkness of the
Can
void.
you not see anything?
Yeah, it's all dark. I'm like,
Okay.
I agree.
Closed, bruh. On Alton Parkway, the donuts shop is closed and will be open for next
Daylight
delivery at
mode.
10 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh wait, I know. All right, so they deployed the new lighting, which means I need to deploy the new lighting.
Exciting.
You. Okay.
No donuts.
Night vision.
Donuts.
Hey, Alvis, it's 120 feet of night vision for you, right?
Yes, sirree.
All right.
I'm a freak nature.
I think
Born
I have,
in-
night vision. I have dark vision 60.
Likewise.
Yeah. Okay.
You merely adopted the night.
We're going into a
Oh,
Oh
city.
shit, you are correct.
Why
It says
do
the
we
donut
need to
star
have
is
night
closed.
vision?
There
That's
you go.
weird because they say open 24 hours when I was there last.
They
I'm,
probably just don't take deliveries.
Naya, I'm just setting this for your token,
Oh,
so that it is here permanently.
Such balls.
Oh. Such disgusting balls. All I wanted was a small thing and then maybe some cinnamon stick.
Dude. Like,
I like how you pizza out the door for donuts.
Amber Green, can you see now?
I can, thank you.
Cool. Why?
There was some point last month it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I was like, fucking Grubhub! And the only thing open was fucking Del Taco. And I was like, yes, Grubhub me the Del Taco! And I felt so dirty.
No way, Del Taco's dope. What are you talking about?
Yes, I do enjoy myself some Del Taco, but fuck, man, having some poor motherfucker schlep me my Del Taco, God. Paying a premium for the worst, like the lowest level of shitty fucking 2 a.m. fast food.
That's what you get for 2 a.m. food.
Dude, you spend like what, $18 and you get like what, 30 fucking tacos?
If you could call those tacos, I mean, they reheated them in a microwave.
It's like corn chips and ground hamburger, but come
Right.
on.
Exactly.
It's okay.
We totally did get quesadillas too, and I'm like, look at that, 20 cents worth of material for
Ground
$5.
hamburger would be nice. No,
But
that's
that's
like
at
the
60 feet of dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Cheeseburger is okay.
yeah.
He does.
Let me double check. I believe so. As an owl.
That said, Verde was like, man, they make really good hamburgers. I'm
Yeah,
like,
120
Del
actually.
Taco.
120. Okay. Let me double check on Keen. 30. Okay.
Pretty sure they're steamed.
I actually really like Del Taco's French fries too.
They got curly fries. Oh, yeah.
Crinkle cut, yeah.
I got pushed out of the fucking Redshift. Jumping back in.
Okay, does everybody have their tokens, and can you see?
I can see, which implies that my token is down at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
I could see all the things.
Can you see your friends right in front of you?
Friends are
Yep.
I
in
can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can,
For some
in fact.
reason, they were like dim. Everything is dimmed on my screen, and I don't know.
Do you have to select a token for it to show you what it like? Is it like Fantasy Ground stuff?
No, it's like everybody except Alvis Taver is in like the GM overlay sort of appearance, and I don't know why.
I am not affected by your dungeon mastering. I am my own man.
You're all on the token layer. Hey, yeah, okay. So it doesn't matter too much as long as everybody can see. It's okay. You all eventually working together find your way up the foothills and into the mountains, following one of the major rivers that you trace up and up and up the mountain, eventually finding this waterfall roaring down a cliffside, crossed by a old-looking wooden bridge. The cliffs are tall enough that you can't really see anything meaningful over the ledge, other than
Got
the
it.
cliffs.
Could the death pop up real quick and check?
Well, I don't see any flowers here.
Um,
We got to keep going.
Holtzman says, right, well, they supposedly bloom around the springs, so
Yeah, so we'll have to climb up.
looks like it. And yes, the Dath could fly upward.
Yeah, just kind of give us a bit more idea of what's up there exactly.
All right.
I would like to inspect this bridge here.
Okay.
Staying a respectable distance from the edge in case there's an errant wind.
The Dath flies up. Let's see. We'll just give him this.
Seeing that stuff over on the left, I would jump out of his vision or jump out of Badath mode and immediately dispel him
Okay. Poof.
or banish.
I said poof. There we go.
Uh,
Oh god, did I delete somebody? Oh no, you're good.
so, about dragons. It looked
No.
like
Say what?
there
No
were
way.
a couple
Dragon?
of coppery looking reptilian winged thingies.
Elvis was happy.
Both of them in a nest.
Yep.
Guys, there are dragons.
To be
I
honest,
mean, we haven't had a dungeon yet, but hey.
I didn't see flowers though, but there was what looked like a cave.
Holson says, "Well, all right. Well, these dragons apparently. Did you see where the river goes? The waterfall, where its source is?
It might go up a little further. We could probably kind of skirt the edge and we would be out of the line of sight of those dragons just as long as we're quiet.
Karen says, "Sounds like a plan to me. I like this."
Oh, I mean, it's an adventure.
Dragons. We're gonna go see dragons.
Copper, you say, though.
Oh,
Toodly, toodly, toodly,
I didn't
toodly.
get a very good look, but that was what it appeared to be. copper or maybe bronze. Really didn't get a great sort of look. In fact, sir, would I be able to do like a perception check to see what I noticed?
Yeah, give me a perception.
I guess would I do that with Badath?
You do it with Badath, yes.
Cool. Then that would be advantage. So I don't really have a. Oh yeah, no, there it is. It is advantage.
Yeah, it's either with perception or yeah. And
I
then
guess
yeah,
it would just be a wisdom check because he doesn't
roll flat
have.
wisdom if he doesn't have a skill. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the saving throw.
Well,
I guess that would be the same either way.
yeah, it would be. Yeah, if he doesn't have the skill. So your description is, you think, accurate that you gave.
Other than maybe wanting something from us, they might not necessarily do us harm, of course. It should still be better if we avoid them.
Karen says, "Well, bronze dragons, those are supposed to be the friendly ones. So, I mean, I'm totally cool with sneaking past them, but maybe they're friendly."
Yeah, let's
Who wants to volunteer to find out?
let's reserve that for for a last last ditch effort.
Bronzy, the friendly dragon. Toodly 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 doo.
All right, you got to sing "Puff the Magic Dragon."
Well, this is my alternate dimension version.
What was that, sir?
He says, "Well, first we have to get across this."
Certainly.
Snipe hunter.
Yeah. So how sturdy does this look?
Give me a perception check of your own.
I'll go ahead and make one because I'm the heaviest one here.
It's
That was what I was actually doing.
Shit.
Old bridge. Oh, did you want to make one as well, Amber Green?
Yeah, that's why I moved over to the bridge in the first place. Is I wanted to inspect the integrity of the
Please
bridge.
do.
What should I roll?
You can roll perception.
Okay. Sorry, close my character sheet like it me.
Do you want food?
I know how it is.
What are you ordering?
You can get wings.
I
Because
do-
it's
I
the
do
only
have
thing
wings.
you want. What?
Yeah, this bridge right here, I slapped the fucking bridge. You can put so many people on this bridge.
Lies.
Albus,
All
you
lies.
you could hop right over this thing, Albus.
This will hold all of us. No problem. All of us at once and a couple pack mules.
I appreciate your
Yeah.
sarcasm.
Yeah, I could hop right over this.
Elvis, what do you think about applying mending to it? Do you think you'd be able to fix this up?
I ain't got that shit. That's like useful.
Even if you had the there are many missing planks here that make this a little more treacherous than just a straight and rotten wooden bridge.
I mean, I would eat wings, but I don't need them at all. I'm good. Save your money.
Hey then. Love you.
Karen says, "Well, if
So-
nobody else wants to go first."
I'll go. I'll just skip right across.
Albus, you reach the other side, no problem. Hopping from plank to plank.
Now, the only problem with my perception about this, and I only just now realize this as I go by, I'm very tiny, guys.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. that reaffirms what I already thought. So I'll just go across too.
Are you going slow or quickly, Amber Green?
No, I'm not running.
Okay. So you're able to kind of step by step get over these old planks that creak under you.
I mean, a bit creaky, but hey.
Karen says, "Yeah, okay, we'll gamble with death. Why not?"
Didn't gamble, man.
Nice.
Look at this.
He just
Shake
runs right across.
Give it a shake while he's running across.
All right.
He's
I'm
unflagged.
gonna leave a bunch of my shit with Bet Mountie and tell him to stay and be a good horse.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna try to make my way across.
You're such a good horse.
Hold on to that for a second. If we want to move with a little more safety, like I said, I'm fairly lightweight and nimble in useful ways here. I could actually just make Tensor's floating disk appear and put I think the rest of you would probably be able to ride on it.
What's the
Separate
weight
trip
limit
for
on
the
Tensor's?
Dragonborn.
500.
Yeah. Without leaving anything behind, I'm like 223.
Your equipment and your own weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Naya is 327. I think she's supposed to weigh 225 and she's carrying 102 pounds.
I suppose I could make 2 trips.
Think you have to, unless you want somebody standing on this side of the bridge.
No, I think it'll be fine. So my total weight is, let's see. It's down here somewhere. 173 pounds. So compared to everyone else who's gone across, am I about the same, a little heavier?
Sounds like you're about the same.
Okay.
As you guys are working that out, Kieran bears his claws and just climbs right up the ledge here.
Well, yeah, that one's the easy part. I can make stairs.
He just sits at the top and says, "All right, I'll wait."
It's a waste of a level 4.
Is there a way to fortify this bridge with
I'd be worried
with
that
ice?
if I did that, it'll break the wood itself. So even though we get across it,
Yeah, that's reasonable.
and unfortunately, I think it's a bit longer than I really have the ability to control it this time. You can get about 50 feet in a 5-foot row, but anything more than that, we're just relying on the ice that remains. I mean, I could build on top of it, probably get it across, but it's only going to last as long as the ice lasts.
Yeah, I mean, how sturdy do these ropes look just eyeballing them? Like they're not obviously fraying or anything, are they?
The ropes are a bit rotted, but seem sturdy enough. It's the planks that look a little worrisome to you.
Well, the ones I've seen people go across that look safe are the ones I'm going to be using.
Does this path here go behind the waterfall?
So basically, what's happening there is the waterfall crashes into that, and then kind of goes over the lip a little bit, and then continues down.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you want to go Nimbus, that's fine. Otherwise I'm willing to give it a shot. I can get myself down to 217, so I can get myself down to a decent weight.
Yeah, Naya can drop everything and be at 225.
Well, hold on to what you need to, because Mr. Holtzman, I'm not take nothing by this, but I don't think between the two of them that you're specifically going to be light enough to meet the 500 limit.
I have wings.
Unless, do you know the floating disc?
He says, "I don't. I have different specialties with carrying and manipulating small scales, but it's fine. I will head over before you." And he gingerly tiptoes across the bridge.
Good, bro. Just come across.
All right.
At the end, and he says, "No problem."
Sounds good. All right, then I would get the disc up and have everyone have the last two here pile on. You can carry all the stuff that's useful, and we'll, in fact, anything that you're not carrying, definitely leave with Bet Mountie.
Yeah, I basically just dropped my backpack since it's all my survival stuff, and kept my weapons and like healing potions and shit. So I'm good to go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm leaving the barrel HQ with the Bet Mountie as well.
Okay.
All right. So with the disc, the last three of you make it across.
I didn't doubt it. You guys are.
What are the rules about climbing again? It's just difficult terrain, basically.
It's just difficult terrain. Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'm gonna climb up.
Yeah, and this short cliff here is easy enough that you wouldn't have to make any checks for it.
I too will climb up as soon as I see that's what's going on.
Karen will give you a hand on the way up.
Now, don't go too far ahead. That rock wall we see up to the left there is the thing that kind of shields us from view from that nest.
Totally. No, I was just stepping away from the ledge. Yeah, it looks like maybe if we're lucky, that waterfall source is relatively close over there to the east. Otherwise, we might need to go in that cave and find it if it's an underground spring. But flowers wouldn't grow underground, right? What kind of flowers are these? I say to Holtzman.
He said it's called the white silesium. It only grows in this region, supposedly.
Yes, but generally we need to know things like details. Like how is it going to grow? Is it a bulbing plant? Is it a rooting plant?
Meanwhile, I've got my flute out and I'm like, flowers growing underground.
No, I would probably stop you before you start playing. It's like, come on, we're trying to keep a low profile here.
Literal dragons.
Oh yeah, good dragons though.
And he says, fuck, I lost it. He says flowering plant, but apparently it's the roots they need. So we'll have to dig them up.
What
Yeah.
color is it?
White, as they say.
Not like white with yellow stamen or white with a black center. Just white.
Just white, apparently. Yes.
That should be pretty easy to find.
Yes, amidst all the brown and gray, hopefully.
Yeah, I guess we should get to slinking then.
Slink it.
Out of the view of the dragons, give me a second to guide Bedath a different way and see if I can spot them.
Okay, let me put them
Dragons.
back on the board for you.
I'm finding it very difficult to not be like not to play suspenseful music on the flute.
I'm trying to figure out what...
See, it's 100, so I would probably first move to here, then 35, 40, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, and then at that point I've still got a lot more vertical to work with. I'm up only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. So I can technically move up 10 more. So what am I seeing from this point? Or perhaps from like kind of skirting the wall?
Shit. So Badath can see inside this kind of walled area made by this tall cliffside. He can see a spring, and beneath one of the cliffs is a bed of white flowers.
Okay. I would probably unsummon again and resummon next to me. So I'll just kind of move them back over here. I was able to spot them. If we're able to get up the stream there, we're able to access them. I can potentially freeze ice in place to give us a better way to approach. Alternatively, I can use levitation and Badath's momentum to carry us over, but that would I'd only have about a minute to do that. So it would be some people riding the disc. If it's going to be, yeah, it should be flat enough that I can do that.
Sorry, what is the plan here?
Oh, go up and skirt along the right, and then when we get to the water, either if I can make an ice bridge that gets us across, use that. Otherwise, kind of use levitate and get people across real quick that way, using levitate and the floating disc.
I understand.
Yeah, let's get to that crossing. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
Certainly.
I'm trying to figure out why Albus Taver's token is the only one that is solid, except that one that I just put on is not solid. It is partially transparent for me. Are all of you seeing the same transparency?
No,
Uh.
but I am seeing that only a few of us have names. So Badath
I
has
am
a name.
doubled.
I have a name. Keen has a name. Karen Holtzman.
Yeah, there isn't one for amber green. It looks like, and there isn't one for Nimbus.
Right.
Oh,
I see a nameplate for myself.
No longer doubled.
it says
I see a nameplate for myself, Badath, Holtzman, and Kieran.
It says nameplate on.
Does it have a set to being in the same group?
Sus.
It's not.
Betrayal.
I was wondering in the initiative order earlier because I only saw my name pop up.
Yeah, and there was an error on initiative order because it says big error. The whole initiative thing was still there, but had warning. There's no tokens in here.
What if I make amber green emit bright light for 10 feet? Will he turn solid? No.
Is he on the wrong layer? Like, he looks fine to me.
I refreshed even. I don't like. I'll show you what I'm seeing. This is bizarre. I also can't figure out the nameplate thing. It looks like it should. But everybody's tokens are a little wrong.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
Well, I mean, that's just what makes us unique.
Oh, here we go.
What is perfection anyway?
Permissions C.
To be right.
So that you can see the.
Not taking my bait. I see.
Can you see everybody's names now?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
Except Evergreens. I mean, Elvis's. Sorry, Evergreen's fine.
There you go.
I can see.
I can see Elvis.
I can see everybody's place.
I can now, yeah.
Okay, so what's the plan?
I think we're gonna slink up and around over here.
Dang.
Okay, that means it's about time for a group stealth check.
Alrighty then.
I can Misty Slink 35 feet if I have to.
Do you want to?
Misty
Oh
Slink.
yeah, I can Misty Slink too.
Oh damn, bad roll.
I'd like to avoid it if I can, because it's a level 2 spell slot and I only have 3 of those, but I can if we feel like I should.
Well. That was Holtzman.
Where is... Oh god, that's why I didn't see it.
That was Kieran. All right.
Yeah,
so,
I don't stealth.
Kieran is all the way over here, while the rest of you are around here.
Oh, fuck about. Sorry.
And Kieran turns and he whispers back, all right, we're almost there. And that is when you roll initiative for these two creatures.
Of course.
I'm sitting here going, that is when I roll initiative.
Clambering over the cliff to investigate what creature has come near their nest.
Oh, those are not metallic at all.
Tells you I didn't get a good look.
Yep. Oh no.
What? How can you tell?
I mean, it's a little bit of player knowledge in that I know my dragon forms, but also like all of the metallics are literally like glittering, and there's no glittering in that picture. So I'm assuming that's like a wyvern or a drake or something like that.
Glad we're all wearing our fire retardant armor. And I did not drop.
Yeah, I kept that as well.
Of course.
Okay. So here's what happens: is Badath doing anything?
Flying thing's bad, so Badath is gonna get out of view real quickly.
Okay. Holtzman turns when Kieran looks, and he says, "Well, all right. So much for stealth." And he will target the northernmost wyvern with some scorching rays.
Oh, fun.
I have to put it. Whoa. Nice. So yeah, all three of those hit. Great. And the wyvern takes 10, 25 damage.
And now we know what it is.
And then he will run behind a rock.
Prudent.
It is now that wyvern's turn. So it takes off in flight. And very quickly, for its size, zips over you toward where Holtzman hid. And it looks like after flying over the boulder that Holtzman is hiding behind, it noticed that Kieran is standing right out in the open. So it swoops down, and that was how far? Oh yeah, perfect. It swoops down, still about 10 feet in the air, and makes 2 attacks on the tabaxi. That'll hit.
Oh no.
No, my rival, my
Smoking,
good friend,
smoking tabaxi is illegal.
the tabaxi who only wish he could mark it up himself to my skill.
So he just barely dodges the bite, but he manages to get out of the way of the tail stinger that comes in on him. And then it is his turn. So
Only he was just a little bit better, he would have won the games too.
he will. That is not a touch. Is that a touch? Oh, that's Death Ward though. Yes. He's going to make a saving throw.
Oof! Look at that damage.
That's a
I
lot of
closed my
damage.
character sheet by accident. I meant to minimize it.
Oh, I hate that.
All right. Con saving throw. It makes it, so it only takes half.
Wow. Still a lot of damage.
Please.
Yep, 16. All right, on to the party. Nimbus, you're up.
All right. So it'd probably be casting Mage Armor, which is a full action, I believe.
Yes.
I'm not gonna retcon and say, "Oh, well, I cast it ahead of time." Now, fair square. Probably much in the way of cantrips to use there. Probably just move to about here, kind of brace myself against the rock there.
Okay. And Naya, you're up. So the wyvern to your right is in the air. The one to your left looks like it's about to jump off that rock too.
I suppose I drew a
Okay,
dagger.
so
Oh, do you want to throw a dagger?
No,
Nimbus?
draw it.
Okay.
I can't do a throw.
Oh,
It's
draw a dagger.
just
Okay,
have it
great.
at the ready if I need to poke or double poke.
so I'm not familiar with wyvern, however. Are they immune to things? Are they fire? Are they of a certain type of
You
element?
can make a nature check.
Okay.
Wyverns are draconic, but lack many of the affinities that true dragons do. You know their tails have poisonous stingers, though.
Because they're posers.
They also only have 4 limbs.
So 2 legs and 2 winged arms, basically.
Correct.
Okay. And a poisonous tail.
Complete
Okay.
posers.
But they're not. Are they? Because it's a monster. Is it immune to things?
You
I mean,
know
we've
that
run
wyverns.
into this before, where I tried to cast a cantrip of fire or something, and I couldn't because they were immune.
You from what you know of wyverns, they don't have the same affinities as dragons do.
Okay. I am pretty far away. So can I move at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Can I move up next to Nimbus to be able to make this before I cast?
I mean, yeah, you can move. I figured it out. It was the opacity of the darkness was affecting the opacity of your tokens,
Oh, interesting.
which
Be right
is
back.
not how that works in a good tabletop.
No, not at all.
Does that hit?
A 15. You're attacking the one over here. Yes, that does hit, and it does 9 damage.
Nice.
The cool thing about this opacity thing that I've just discovered is that it means that if I want to be able to see your tokens normally, I also can't see through the darkness, which I need to be able to do.
Oh man,
That's kind of goofy.
that's just
Yeah, that's dumb.
And yet, for some reason, Alvis Taver is completely immune.
is it because of his dark vision?
No, because nobody else with dark vision is the same.
Oh yeah. Did you make him emit light at one point?
No.
Weird.
Yes. Very.
Yes.
I will make a forum post tomorrow, and it won't be answered, and some expert Roll20 player will tell me I'm doing it wrong without telling me how to fix it, I'm sure.
Awesome. Yep, that sounds about right though.
Anyway, this other wyvern comes in and attacks its enemies that are on its turf. Oh, I see. I did that a little bit wrong. So it's supposed to use its claws while it's flying to.
I'm not actually
attack.
rolling it for this.
Mount Lauren, you're getting the stinger, and Albus Taver, you're getting the claws. So we'll do the claws first, Albus.
Absolutely do so. Did I not roll initiative? I thought I pressed the button. God damn it.
Oh, yeah, you're not in there. My bad.
No, I'm a dumb.
Go ahead and roll it.
That was my fault. I might have been picking up the pizza from the door.
Oh, okay. That's all right. All right. So you're gonna be after this one because it's the same number.
I'm sorry, Hamburger.
Yeah.
Hey, Albus Tavern, does an 18 hit you?
An 18 is on the dot, so I think that's a yes. That's how this works.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So you take 12 damage from the claws.
Ouch.
Damn, good hit. Good hit.
And Montlauren, here comes the stinger.
Thankfully, I can deflect that one with my shield. So
Excellent.
Wow.
Now it will fly up and away, a bit out of your range.
Can't I hit it with my whip as it leaves my attack range?
You certainly can try.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, it did get within 5 feet of you to make that claw attack. So, all right, that'll do a hit. And technically, Montlauren was adjacent to it at the time, so the sneak attack will apply.
very nice.
Very nice, yes.
So you managed to get a whip on it as it flies away, and now it is your turn.
And now it's my turn, or did you say that was my turn?
Now it's your turn.
Sweet, thank you. Let's see. So, 25 feet, 5. Is it up in the air right now?
Yes, it is. It's about 15 feet up.
Yeah, well above 5 feet. And I couldn't climb these rocks, or these rocks would be like difficult terrain twice as much.
They would be difficult terrain, yes. So what would you like to do?
Yeah, no, I was just counting out some steps, seeing exactly how much movement and stuff that I got. Just seeing whether or not I want to go try to help Karen, or if I'm going to pursue the guy whom I just bloodied by climbing a rock. I think I'm going to do the heroic thing, and using my dash, I ought to have 5 feet left, technically. Going to scramble up to the rock.
Nice. Okay.
And I think I don't have enough to attack. If I do that,
Did you have to use both of your dashes, or did you bonus dash?
Yeah,
Uh,
cunning action
Oh
dash.
no, I did not cunning action dash. No, good point. I just used a normal dash. So if I use my cunning action dash, I should be able to hit him, right?
Yeah, you're just about in range with your whip there.
Ah, that's brilliant. Thank you.
No sneak attack on this one.
Yeah, because Holtzman doesn't count. He's up in the air. He's all by himself. I'm just
Nobody adjacent to it.
Yeah.
That's still pretty good.
Woo!
Nice whip
Nice.
work, man.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta remember that for my next character. Shit, Whip does good job.
All right.
Well, it does do a little bit of damage. The only reason why it's doing so much is because we've upgraded it, and Serb has been nice enough to upgrade weapons.
So you're able to kind of chase this thing up this boulder as it flies away from you and to relative safety and get another hit on it before it can get high enough. Amber Green, you're up.
I was just thinking what I was gonna do.
Can I have your Dr. Pepper?
Actually, wait. Yes,
It's just been 2 days.
I know.
You're gonna go flat, man.
No, I got the speed. I got 25, so I can just move right up there. I can just straight up encounter the motherfucker.
Well, he is 15 feet up, right?
Oh,
Correct.
is he? Oh, 15 feet. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop there then, because rather than Warhammer him, I will do something more magical. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna guiding bolt this guy.
Cool. Don't miss.
At level 3, because I'm a dick.
Definitely don't miss.
Oh, very nice.
Don't
Very
think I
nice.
missed.
That is not a miss. That's a sweet 22. And the next attack has advantage.
Yep, the full on.
Very good.
Yeah.
Are wyverns sentient?
You know they're pretty clever, but they aren't people.
No, but do they communicate? That's what I'm asking. Is
Yeah,
sentient
they're more
in
like
terms
wild
of
animals.
willful communication?
Yeah, they're not people.
Okay.
They're dragon posers. They're not even like cool enough to be like kobolds.
I mean, that's technically true.
Hey,
Kobolds
Malharm, you're
are
up.
people, man.
Okay. What was that?
I said kobolds are in fact people.
Right, they have names.
Right, they are.
I'm gonna get up close. Like I know he's 15 feet above me, so I know I can't actually hit him or anything. I'm just gonna get close.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna fucking put a moonbeam right at his feet.
Cool.
I'm being blasted by a moonbeam.
Okay, and that is save start of the turn. Okay. Nice.
That's an oath.
Yeah, like right there.
Okay then. We're around to Holtzman unless Badath is doing anything.
Nope.
Cool. So he is going to take another. He looks back and he says, "All right, you all weren't joking. Seems like you've got that one covered." And will cast this spell. And the wyvern must make a saving throw.
You said everyone?
No, the wyvern.
Yeah,
Oh,
the wyvern. Oh, it
Damn.
failed.
Oh, it's not gonna make it.
All right. So target becomes frightened, and at the end of each of the target's turns, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 4d10. Okay, so on its turn, on the end of its turn, it has to make the save. But it is also frightened.
Right.
Great. So it is that wyvern's turn. So it cannot approach Holtzman. It, in fact, tries to flap away from him, but not before trying to stab Kieran again with its tail.
hopefully that didn't hit.
And that catches Kieran on his coat, which he
Nice.
tears away from. And then, yes, the wyvern has to make another wisdom saving throw. It fails, so it takes 27
Holy shit.
Damn.
damage.
Rolled 4 10s.
They call that hot damage.
And now it's Kieran's turn again. So he is going to.
From a moonbeam? Holy crap, I need to prepare that spell more often.
Well, that was a phantasmal killer.
He's going to cast blindness. Which it fails. And now that wyvern is blind. And so he casts his spell. And he turns around to face all of you. And he says, all right, problem solved on that one. And just takes another couple steps away from it as it starts flailing its wings wildly and starts to spiral out of control. Nimbus, you're up.
All right. So this one that's just 15 feet in the air, right?
Yes.
Oh, I scarcely doubt that they like acid. Do they?
Oh, that's the one thing they are. Is I actually have no idea. I don't know.
I think I'm going to get the acid dragon's breath going. And get up into range here. 1, 2, 3. And blast it from below with acid.
Like hell's a bidet.
Grim.
Really?
Does Serp know he's muted?
Probably not.
Nope, I didn't. I gave it the damage and told Naya it's her turn.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yay.
Nice roll.
You're gonna have to probably step around that rock to cast that, but that's totally fine.
Okay.
Another 14 damage. That should have been an advantage, but it doesn't matter. So that is gone.
Why should it have been advantage?
Because of the guiding bolt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of my spell.
Okay, so Montlarin, get ready to repeat the throw on that moonbeam. But it's going to take the con save now.
Saving throws tonight have been tough.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hit repeat on that damage, Montlarin?
Whoops. I mean, that'll work, but
Yeah, it'll work. Sweet. Okay. So another 14. Okay. It tries to lurch out of the moonbeam, and it was too high up to attack you, so it starts flying up and looping around that way. Albus, you're up. Is Albus here?
You ought to be.
Maybe getting peeked.
Sorry, cat.
Cat.
The cat.
All right. My bad. Cat was very distracting. Righteous. I am going to, using Montlarin as a springboard, do a backflip right onto here, and then jump
Self-pulsing
here. And is he up in the air?
All right. So I'm going to allow you to, well, with Montlarin's consent, how does Montlarin react to the gnome saying, be a springboard real quick?
oh, I would totally give him a plane with my shield.
Okay. And with that acrobatics roll, I would say you are able to do this. You are going to take some falling damage.
Shit. Okay. I was going to ask, could I...
I need to heal him anyway.
could I potentially do some kind of roll to use my whip's end to grip to the wyvern to maybe save myself from the fall damage?
The whip cannot normally grapple, so
Good point.
you're gonna tumble or roll either way. So, but you can make the attack.
Nice.
That's a hit.
Wow.
No sneak attack still.
Still.
Sorry about your perfect sneak attack. And you're gonna take just a d6 as you tumble to the landing. So 2.
Oof.
And you're on the ground now. All right, Amber Green.
Yeah. How tough does this guy look right here?
The one that creature has already been harried and bloodied up and burnt quite a bit. It is
I can't see the other one from where I am.
yeah. Well, the other one is flailing around and roaring wildly because it currently can't see.
All right,
And
I
it's
feel like
taking oodles of psychic damage.
All right, it's probably a waste of a level 4 spell then for me to turn one of them into a mouse polymorph or something.
Well, yeah, after you mouse them, they'll just turn back into a wyvern.
Right, as soon as you damage them, right?
Yeah. So actually, if you turned this one into a mouse, it would fall down, take falling damage, and instantly turn back into a dragon.
That's funny.
Is the terminal velocity of a mouse enough so that it would die from
I was
fall?
going to say, hold on. I'm trying to read this.
The answer is yes. Rats die from falling all the time.
Yeah, no, I think that the way polymorph works, it would take the point of damage, But it would just then instantly become a wyvern.
Yeah, no, exactly. That is what would happen. I was just making a terminal velocity joke. There are some rodents out there that are small enough that their terminal velocity from falling would not be enough to kill them. It would be the sudden shock from eventually hitting the ground that would kill them. And that's not the same joke as the sudden stop is the thing that kills you.
Right, no, I know what you meant. But yeah, totally.
Like drift like a feather. It's really weird. I bet it feels sketchy too. Like I get what is it, vertigo every once in a while on like roller coasters or even in the car. So I wonder if having a terminal velocity that isn't enough to kill you feels like constant vertigo.
Huh. Interesting thought.
Well, I've also heard that that's what it feels like to do zero gravity.
In space.
It's actually my only fear is that my love for space might be dampened by this weird
Always
physical
falling.
alteration that I have, or this mutation that is that I have a sensitivity to falling, or
Always falling.
motions of falling. I also have a really good balance too, so I wonder if that is
So
similar.
this dude's not on the ground, right? He's still flapping around.
Correct.
Yeah, how high up is he at this point?
Still 15.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hit him. I mean, I can move my moonbeam, but I'm not going to be able to reach him with my weapons.
Been reaching him.
How about that?
All right, you managed to hit with that.
I was like, I'm gonna shoot you.
Yeah, you managed to shred one of its wings a little bit.
Yes.
All right, and Montlarin is up.
To the ground with you.
Alrighty. I think I have to use an action to move the moonbeam, right?
Is that what it says?
Yep, use an action. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll step up so that I'm next to Alvis, but then I'm just going to use my action to move my moonbeam.
Got it. Also, by the way, it is a 5-foot radius. Just to keep in mind. But yeah, it doesn't matter in this case. Okay, so you move the beam.
Yeah, and actually, nope, that's it. Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Then Holtzman will attempt to here we go. He'll pop out and attempt to finish this thing off with a ray. Nice. And that kills it.
Very nice.
Well done.
I'll
Good teamwork.
give Holtzman a golf clap on that one.
And the other one, still blind, spirals out of control, flapping wildly, unable to see where it's going, ends up bouncing off of the cliffside, crashing into the water, falling down the waterfall, and you hear it roaring down the river.
Oh, poor guy.
All ends well.
Well, let's hurry up and get these plants and get out of here in case that one does survive it and come back.
Karen says, see, that was easy.
We're not.
I told you it'd be fun.
We could maybe double back afterward and see if they had any treasures in their nest, but let's focus on the goal for now.
Oh shit!
Yeah, get the job done.
Nimbus. I marked the location of where we're at on my map.
Can we make this as a jump?
You are able to. You all have the powers necessary to get across this water without any issue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll still make an ice bridge real quick.
Yeah.
Are we going straight across or up north?
Up north.
So in this small garden south of the spring, Holtzman plucks one of the flowers and he says, "Well, this looks like the description we were given. So, all right, fill what bags you can. Make sure you uproot them completely. We'll take about half of them. We don't want to extinct this thing or something."
Respectful.
Sounds
I
good.
believe I would agree. Is there anything you can do to maybe like pass on our respects, Naya?
I'll play a song on my flute that's like "Ode to the White Flower."
I mean, look,
What were you saying?
I'm looking to see if there's something. Oh, you know what? The thing over the water, was that flowing water or was that flowing water vertically or flowing water horizontally?
The bridge
The thing we jumped over
just
to
now?
get, just to get to the flowers.
It's flowing from the north to the south to the waterfall's edge where it goes down.
Right, but it's like mostly horizontal, right? It's not a
So we
big
can do a water walk.
Correct. Yeah, you could water walk.
There we go. Water
Yeah,
walk.
like I said, you guys collectively have the powers needed to get over this.
The powers that be cannot block me.
I do not have anything prepared. I can talk to plants, but I don't have it prepared. My bad.
It should be fine.
But she can do a druidic blessing. Something.
Alrighty then.
Kieran says as he's ripping one out of the ground, he says, "Come on, these are medicinal. We're saving somebody here."
Princess, no less.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
you can get a reward from the king. He's pretty generous about this sort of thing if it works. You know.
But yeah, I'll get to work harvesting plants.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
You are all able to collect a good number of these flowers and fill your packs with them as much as you are able to or wish to.
Oh yeah, I mean, following Holtzman's advice to preserve half of them, I would just fit as many as I could into my pack, which I actually emptied my pack out before I crossed over anyway, so I'm actually well suited for this.
Okay. And you see Kieran, he once he's done, he stands off to the side and he holds on to his earring and he says, Gakari, tell Nikta, tell the king, we got his stuff. We're coming back now. We should be back by evening. And then he holds his head like something hurt him. He just goes, "Ow, God, ow. Holtzman, I think your stupid earring's malfunctioning or something. It hurts."
Oh,
He pulls it off and stares at it.
Oh, did we change history again?
I think we just did.
Kind of hurriedly, I'd say we should head back.
Holtzman
Wish.
says, "You'll be fine. Don't be a baby. If you're having psychic interference, then
rub some dirt in it."
Well, hey, you guys will get the credit for saving the princess, and that's good.
He says, "Yeah, and maybe boss man here can get the king to give him a free ride to All Saints. And we can go get that thing.
Stuff.
If you check the wyvern's nest, you find nothing but a large egg.
Yikes.
Soriano would probably want to see that.
Yeah, like Alvis, we're probably gonna have to put that in the barrel.
Yep, I think so.
How do you spell wyvern?
If nothing else,
WYVERN.
if nothing else, that's an amazing breakfast.
Yeah, I wonder what wyvern egg tastes like. Chicken.
Brilliant. Yes.
Chicken, yeah.
Wyvern egg, and of course the shell can be used for artistic components. I must dispatch of the yolk in a very careful manner with a needle.
A needle.
Yeah, back home we actually had a whole cavalry that rode. I don't think they were wyverns. They didn't have stingers, but they rode dragon forms of some sort about this size. They raised them though from hatchlings. They said they were far too feral to break any other way. I wonder if, and I sort of nod to the egg. I wonder if somebody could get themselves a pet wyvern if they tried really hard.
Sounds like a lot of work. I mean, I'm interested in what wyvern custard tastes like.
No.
That does sound good.
Alice Taver puts it in a different satchel and keeps it close to him. Is it particularly warm?
It's summer.
The egg itself is not like notably warmer than it should be.
Than it should be?
Yeah, it's an egg. It feels like it is not cold. It is not hot.
Okay. I keep it surrounded in a bunch of little rabbit pelts.
Okay.
Montlerin might have just spared this wyvern its life.
I just found the idea of Alvis flying around on a wyvern to be really funny. I couldn't let that one go.
Well, the whole process is what's going to be hilarious.
I still want
the wyvern will be 15 times bigger than he is.
Yeah, I was also thinking, fuck that one up and you're probably dead.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe it's born out of a small desire to get me to stop riding your horse.
Nah. No, jokes aside, I think if somebody could break and train that wyvern, that would be amazing for us as far as our war with the dragon royalty goes.
I agree.
Especially
if we could get another one.
That's they take years to mature, to be fair.
Holy shit. Out of character, I know a way that Albus Taver can bond with Naya. You're probably totally approving of me not eating this wyvern, right?
Custard.
You totally want to help nurture this nice, turn of...
It's going to disappear when we leave. Don't worry.
Nobody said anything about nice with regard to
that
wyvern.
I want to raise it rather than eat it, right? You're totally going to help me, teach me, little small responsibilities like, all right, you got to clean up after it, Alvis.
Well, the main thing's going to be see if you can make a relationship with it, despite it being a monster rather than a pet. Well, you have to see what you can do with it.
That's why I need your help. You're totally going to help me out, because you totally didn't help me out with the horse with Fred or whatever his name was.
Clark.
Clark.
Thank you.
Clark.
Poor old Clark.
Clark was my friend. What can I say?
He didn't want me exploiting him. I definitely understand.
You
Right.
still have that horse, by the way. It's still around. Anyway,
So I say he's back in Americas, right?
yeah. Around and about that area.
Yeah, I thought he had his own little pen or something.
You make it back to Chose by nightfall. And when you are there, when you arrive on the main road, you find we're just using this token for now. That's not what he really looks like. But you find Nikta and Gakari standing near a trio of Veshan soldiers flanking um, King Erditus, a tall, prime example of a moon elf wearing a five-pronged crown and with the talon that you've seen around this kingdom um, on his coat that he wears, which is um, stylistically he wears a loose, almost uh, transparent vest with long sleeves. Um, and he takes sight of Holtzman first, and he says, "Mr. Holtzman, I'm told you were successful." And Holtzman says, "Yes, we have. Uh, this should be enough to make it back to Vess." And he hands him um, a bag full of these flowers and roots, and the king motions to one of his soldiers to take it.
I would step up and offer my backpack as well.
Yeah, and they'll gather those up from you quickly. And the king says, "Bring those to the sorceresses and have them get to work." And no, moon elves are the tall blonde ones.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a moon elf.
Yeah,
Right, but wasn't it a moon elf that was in that realm that we?
you met some Eladrin.
It's in Eladrin.
That's right.
They are elfier elves.
Okay.
Elfier
elves. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, the elves, though.
These
Okay.
elves could take the blood and they wouldn't even get stoned. They're so high.
Exactly.
So he thanks him, and he says, "Mr. Holtzman, yet again, I have found you solving a vital problem and helping me. Thank you. Would you be at all interested in continuing to do what you do? I can, of course, give you anything that you wish that's within my power as King of Vesop." And Holtzman says, "Well, I'll have to think about that." Um, and as he says, there is one thing that I came here for. All four of them in front of you, Montlaurent, start to fade away, as you've seen many times before.
Right.
Beware the future.
And when Holtzman starts to disintegrate, Kieran shouts, "Adrian!" And he turns and looks back at you all in bewilderment.
We'll be back.
Oh man. Yeah, Kieran, I'm so sorry.
Remember us. But we'll be back.
We'll see you.
This happened last time, if you recall.
Yeah, it did.
He was a little preoccupied.
I don't know how to tell you this.
We're from your future, son.
I would, while they're sorting that out, kind of step forward. Is the king still present?
No, they have just vanished.
Yeah, it's just like when the bard died.
When Farron died.
Yeah, what it means, Kieran, the reason that you saw this, your friends are fine. Don't worry. It's you though. And I kind of like look helplessly at the rest of the group.
I don't think you were supposed to survive the encounter with the wyverns.
The Tabaxi just looks down at his hands and he says, "Oh, I get it."
Yeah, bud.
And he laughs, and he turns and he says, "Listen to me. You have to get to Vess."
To Vess.
We're working on it.
Yeah, where we're from, there's an impenetrable wall between us here and the rest of the world east. That's why Alvis's map looks the way it does. We're trying.
He starts to become transparent, and he puts a hand on your shoulder that is lighter than it should feel, and he says, "Get through it. It will become real. You need to make sure." And then he's gone.
Do I still have my egg?
Your egg is gone.
No! Fuck!
Well, of
Let's
course
go
that
back.
was gonna happen.
No custard.
So everybody's basically gone. Then it's now kind of the ruins of
The
a ghost
ruin.
city.
The city is empty and in ruins. The aqueducts are dry, and the roads are eroded and cracked.
There's
Yeah. What was that?
I was making a joke. Never mind.
Yeah, we need to report this.
We do. We've only been out for just a few days, so we probably have some time before the redshift occurs.
The first wave strikes once, then twice.
That happens every time we do a time thing.
Yeah.
I suppose it does. Well, that's our cue to get going then.
Chuckle nuts.
And Serb, how do we spell the name of this city?
Shose. It is on your contemporary map.
And it's pronounced Chose.
It is Chose. That was how they said it.
Are all the speculative locations also on our map?
Kieran gave you the 2 that he mentioned, plus like Midoro and that military outpost and whatnot.
Yeah, they would have survived because you wrote them with your own ink and your own supplies. So
That's why I was very.
Even if not, you'd have your memory of where he wrote them down anyway, so you'd have access to that stuff. Yeah, okay. That's the game for tonight.
Thank you.
Everybody get
yeah, that was great, man.
1,000
Rock and roll. Yeah, that was cool.
Good
was that?
stuff, sir. Thank
1,000?
you.
1,000.
All right.
Oh, 1,000 XP, did you say?
Mhm.
Yes.
Excellent.
Easy math.
Fantastic.
I'm not. I'm joking.
Well, sounds good. Thanks for hosting, everybody. Thanks for joining. Anybody who is watching or watching later, thanks for tuning in.
watching.
And
joining,
we'll
everyone.
see you next time.